yake iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. Thank you very much, KNBS. Thank you. Have your seats. You're welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you for coming in for this momentous occasion. My name is Mildred Ngesa, and I am totally threatened and very intimidated by the power of the brains in the room. I am a co-moderator with my colleague Davis, and I am told we have the best brains in the country in the room. I'm told we have statisticians. Even my tongue cannot say it properly because I have spaces in my teeth. We have who else do we have here, Davis?
We have civil society.
We have civil society pushing the back. Wonderful. A big clap to civil society. Did we clap for statisticians? Thank you very much. I'm told there's also academia, Davis. How come?
I can see Prof at the end of the room.
Yes. So the academia is also here. A big clap for the academia. Davis, we know that government is present and we are happy.
Serikali in Kiswahili.
Yes.
Serikali, for those who don't know Kiswahili. I'm looking around. There are very few faces that don't know Kiswahili here.
I was waiting for
Actually,
you to translate Serikali.
No, I'll not go to Serikali.
The government is here. We thank
some
you.
People may be intimidated.
Yes.
But the government is here. Let's clap for government.
Thank you very much.
National government, county government, partner governments are here. We have development partners.
Development partners. A big clap to our development partners. Thank you very much for honoring us with your presence at this important conference. Who else do we have? I'm told we have media.
The UN system is here.
The UN machinery is here. The UN, thank you very much for being here. A big clap for the UN. Great partnerships these are.
The media is here.
The media is here. Thank you. Documenting and noting this amazing, powerful conference. We appreciate that.
Who am I missing? Because we are leaving no one behind.
We are not leaving anybody behind. Who are we missing? If you feel we have missed you, put up your hand. If you feel we have missed you, clap twice.
The youth? Gen Z? Where is the Gen Zs? I can see the Gen Zs.
Do the recovering youth like myself count?
The government is in the room, but it's very friendly.
Okay.
Gen Zs?
The young people, very important voices in our statistics conversations. Yes, I can see some Gen Zs at the room. Yes.
For the camera folks, just confirm that you can see the sign language interpreter and that is being captured. Is that okay? All right. We are formally kicking off the program.
Right.
And we would like to invite Director Benjamin Abusebwa to tell us why we are here today and tomorrow. And then after that, we are going to have a panel on the power of data. Now, if you had privileged access to the program, you realize that things have shifted just a little bit. We are waiting for the Principal Secretary in the State Department of Planning, who will be here with us. In the meantime, we want to flip the program so we get started and save a bit of time with the panel on power of data. But before that, let's have Director Abusebwa to give us some reflections on why we're here. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. As they said that we are here, they have tweaked the program a bit, but I think it is in the spirit of seeing how we are going to organize future festivals. If we tweak something, does it work? If you don't, does it not work? So we are in that space where we are experimenting, and some of these experiments are very deliberate. So thank you very much. We want to welcome you for this year, 2025, the National Statistical Conference. As you already been told, our DG in the morning, this is a celebration, having 3 events in one. And we are here because, as statisticians, we are told that we don't know how to dialogue. And we are here to learn how to dialogue with all stakeholders in the data ecosystem. That's why we are here, to exchange what we have and see whatever we have as statistics, are we able to communicate? Are we able to exchange ideas with others? They are saying that we are having big brains here, the power of brains. But here we are saying the power of data, that we are bringing it here. So that's why we are here, to bring the power of data to the common person. Why do we talk about statistics? Does it impact the society? As it says that better data, better lives. Does it make sense to all of us? And that's why we are here, as all of us, to exchange knowledge, dialogue, and make networks that make us grow as a society. As they say, we don't want to leave one behind. So even in this data space, we don't want to leave anyone behind. That's why we have all the government departments represented here. We have the private sector, part of the system. We have the civil society, also part of the dialogue. The media that makes sure that we amplify the data that we have, they are also here to ensure that this happens. In the past, we've been having celebrations in one day, and we call it African Statistical Day, every November of every year. But this time around, we wanted to experiment and see, can we have a dialogue that takes more than one day? Because celebrations can take a while, especially where I come from. When we have anything, we celebrate. We take any excuse to hold a party. And we want to do that. Any excuse we have when we have new numbers, we want to make them a celebration. And that's why we are here. So thank you very much for honoring us. We are really grateful for this. We are seeing next year, when it comes, with all the partners here, global development partners, local bilateral partners here, who will succeed and will do better than what Uruguay did. And we really thank very much for your support. Thank you very much and feel welcome. Let's have a dialogue, let's network, and let's build lasting relationships in data space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director Busebwa, as you've set the scene. Next, we are going to have a panel on the power of data. But I'm told before the panel runs, there is a video for us. So can the media team please play the video right away? Thank you.
The powerful truth is that data is more than numbers. It represents people. And when well used, data transforms lives. Kenya has made bold strides in strengthening its data ecosystem, from the official statistics using data from surveys and censuses to administrative data to the rising Full truth is that data is more than numbers. It represents people. And when well used, data transforms lives. Kenya has made bold strides in strengthening its data ecosystem, from the official statistics using data from surveys and censuses to administrative data to the rising frontier of citizen-generated data. All these pieces together form a vibrant national statistical system, a system that is growing, expanding, and inevitably becoming more people-centered every year. For many years, the NSSS consisted mainly of government data producers and users, but today, our data ecosystem is broader, richer, and more inclusive. We have welcomed civil society organizations as data producers. We now work with entities that gather community insights, citizen experiences, and lived realities. Together, we support the production and development of official statistics that respond to real user needs that come from citizens themselves. When data is credible and trusted, it creates impact. After the rebasing of Kenya National's accounts in 2014, our GDP per capita rose to $1,269, elevating the nation into lower middle income status. The single evidence point reshaped investments and development conversation. In 2019, census data revealed 1,564 intersex people in Kenya. This visibility enabled policymakers to develop inclusive policies for this community. The same census showed over 18,000 Shona, Makonde, and Pemba people living stateless in our country. Because the data made them visible, they were granted citizenship. This is what data does. Data gives power. Data gives recognition. Data gives people a place in the nation's story. A broader data universe, SDGs and new data sources. Our commitment to evidence-driven development has expanded the sources we draw from. From SDG reporting, we now use administrative data from government entities, census and surveys, citizen-generated data, and the vast emerging world of privately held big data. Consequently, data availability for SDG monitoring in Kenya has grown steadily, and with the rise of data science, machine learning, and innovative methodologies, our analytical capacity is evolving faster and ever than before. Citizen-generated data making the everyday visible. One of the most powerful shifts in our data landscape is the rise of citizen-generated data. Data produced by citizens' community groups, grassroots organizations, youth networks capturing realities that traditional systems might miss. SDG tells us how long people walk to fetch water, which schools lack essential facilities, where vulnerable communities are struggling, and how daily life is changing across the country. This data strengthens, not replaces, official statistics. It brings depth, emotion, and lived experiences. It ensures that no one is invisible. When citizens take part in producing data, they do more than share information. They shape the evidence that guides national development. Partnerships and collaboration, the engine of Power to Data initiative. To build a robust data ecosystem, we rely on partnerships. Government entities provide administrative data, technical insights, and strategic use of statistics. Non-state actors, that is the private sector and civil society, bring innovation, big data, and citizen voices. Together, we create political visibility, secure funding for statistical programs, and strengthen capacities across KNBS and the entire NSSS. We also work to modernize the legal framework to safely enable access to privately held big data, an essential step for filling persistent data gaps. And increasingly, we see statistics being used in boardrooms, in policy debates, and in planning conversations at all levels. As we move forward, several milestones guide our journey. We aim for government entities to fully own and use statistics. For that, we need stronger collaboration and leadership across ministries. We seek to strengthen county statistics. This requires support to establish and operationalize statistics units in all counties. We envision increased use and improved quality of citizen-generated data. This calls for financial and technical support to engage CGD producers and build data literacy for communities. We aim to meet all SDG reporting requirements and ensure national and sub-national plans are evidence-driven. To do this, we need sustained investment in data production, analysis, and dissemination. And we inspire to harness private-held big data to close the gaps traditional systems cannot fill. This requires deeper partnerships with the private sectors and continued investment in our data science lab infrastructure. In conclusion, the future of data in Kenya is bright, but it demands bold collaboration, long-term investments, and shared commitment. Data is not simply a technical asset. It is a national resource. It is a development accelerator. It is a voice for citizens. And when we combine official statistics, administrative data, big data, and citizen-generated data, we achieve something extraordinary. A system where data reflects the everyday life for every Kenyan. A system where no one is left unseen or unheard. A system where evidence drives progress. This is the power of data. And together, we will unleash it. Thank you.
To the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics Should I get a different microphone? Okay. So, to KNBS for convening us today to celebrate the Africa Statistics Day. It's really an honor to join you in recognizing the truly remarkable across the country to strengthen data systems and elevate the role of data and statistics in national development. Perhaps most importantly, it's an opportunity to shine a light on the innovation and creativity that define KNBS. That Kenya is one of the continent's most inspiring examples of what it looks like when a country commits to digital transformation in a serious, strategic, and sustained way. Kenya's leadership has shown that modernizing data systems isn't only a technical exercise, but a deliberate political choice. It reflects a vision for the future and a recognition that data is now one of the most important assets that a country can invest in. So, what do we mean when we talk about the power of data? First, it's the power of the multiplier effect. A study that we did with Dahlberg found that for every dollar invested in data systems, you get on average a $32 return. That's $1 and a $32 return. This is an extraordinary return by any standard, better than many traditional investments, and comparable to the highest impact development interventions like vaccines. Why? Because data is foundational to everything else. When governments have the right data at the right time, resources can flow more efficiently to where they're needed most. Countries can prepare for shocks before they arrive and can respond more rapidly when crises hit. And as we all know, data becomes even more valuable the more it is used. When institutions like KNBS work closely with ministries, departments, and agencies, allowing data to move responsibly, securely, and with clear governance, policies become more responsive, programs become more effective, and services improve for citizens. This is the true power of data in action. Second, though, the power of data is also the name of a global initiative. It is co-led by the United Nations, the World Bank, and the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. It was launched as one of the UN's high-impact initiatives to accelerate progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, and I'm very proud to say that Kenya was among the very first countries to join this initiative. Today, over 20 countries are part of this growing coalition. Across the world, we know that millions of dollars are spent on data, but often with too much fragmentation and duplication. The power of data seeks to change that by creating more transparent, aligned, and efficient ways of strengthening national data systems. One of the power of data's core principles is simple but profound. Real progress starts with national leadership. Kenya embodies this principle fully by investing in the foundations of data, systems, governance, infrastructure, and human capacity. Kenya is demonstrating what it means for a country to own its data future and place evidence at the heart of decision-making. The power of data is not a standalone project. It is a framework for more effective cross-government collaboration, better coordination of international support, and stronger alignment of all projects and initiatives to support data systems with national priorities. And Kenya is not just participating, it is helping to shape this bold agenda. That's why I'm especially looking forward to this session today on how data is guiding decisions across national and county governments, the private sector, civil society, and academia. Kenya's data ecosystem is rich, dynamic, and full of leaders who are pushing boundaries every day. After hearing about the impressive work underway across the country, I think we will all walk away with the same conclusion. Investing in data is not an option. It is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jenna, for that setting of the scene of our panel. I'd request to have a mic to move around the panel. I'm happy to note that all my panelists are on stage. So I'm going to get straight into the questions to have the discussion of how power of data has been demonstrated or what gaps we have in Kenya. So we'll expect the panelists to give a short sentence of their introduction, then go ahead to respond to the questions. I begin with Mr. Festus Wangwe. In a few minutes, I'm not going to give you the number of minutes. I want you to tell the audience or to tell us how the national government ensures that policy decisions are grounded on data and how the short-term plans of the government and the long-term plans like the Vision 2030 and the SDGs. How do we balance the two timeframes? Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you for the two questions. My name is Festus Wangwe. I'm Director of Economic Planning in the State Department for. Currently, I'm in charge of a directorate called International Economic Partnership and Frameworks, where we report on our international obligations, which include the SDGs, that's the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, Agenda 2063, EAC, Vision 2050, including all those other frameworks like TICAD. So we report on progress of implementation and performance of the various targets that were identified. For us to appreciate how we can ensure that policy decisions are grounded on reliable and up-to-date data, we need to look at how we do our processes of planning. As a State Department for Planning, we are
data is really at the corners, is the cornerstone of that. So at the county government, I'll acknowledge the fact that counties are at different stages. Overlaid with the population data has really influenced and made it easy for targeted project interventions. A case in example is in Vihiga County, where they have deployed GIS data effectively to support a program or a prioritization of program and budgeting. Because from this data, you can see the need, the various facilities, the health facilities, the ECD centers, the water points, and when you outlay things for the employees at certain points of service. So in performance management, this has also been very instrumental. The economic surveys that have been conducted by various counties have also provided much information around the various value chains. For example, the SMEs and their level of organization or the various gaps. And this has also been very instrumental in coming up with targeted programming around value chain strengthening. For example, in agriculture, where we've seen specific programs that have been rolled out to support certain value chains like avocado and for example, in Makueni, the mango value chain. Much of these decisions have been supported through data that has been achieved through the economic surveys. So to touch a bit on the challenges, I think the moderator has stood up. One of the key challenges we are having is around the silo, the data silos in departments. And this is why through the tripartite agreement with KNBS and KIPRA, with support from UNICEF, we have been trying to support county statistical units so that we can have a central hub for repository or storage of all data so that they can be accessed by all the members of the county government to support decision making. The other issue is around the governance and institutional framework for data, the lack of requisite legislation at the county level to support data management. And this is an area we have also been working at the Council of Governors through development of model legislation that counties can be able to adopt to support their local tailor-made legislation.
Thank you, Ken.
I want to stop there, but
you'll give a parting shot at the end.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ken, for that contribution. The Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis does lots of data-driven research. How much of this translates into policy? And are there cases where the findings are politically sensitive? And how do we go about that to translate them into policies that can improve people's lives? I do not want to say your name again. Give you a chance to introduce yourself.
Thank you. I am Adan Shibia. I'm a senior policy analyst at the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research Analysis, KIPRA. KIPRA is basically a government think tank under the State Department for Economic Planning. We basically do research, policy analysis, support the government both at the national and county level in terms of policy developments. Yeah, I think at the broader level in terms of the translation of research into policy, there may not be clear-cut yes/no answer questions, but at the level of KIPRA, I say yes in terms of how we work with the government, how we prioritize our research in terms of aligning to the government priorities, in terms of aligning to emerging issues. Yeah, so at the broader level, I will say that in terms of the translation of research into policy, we need to perhaps reflect on both the demand and the supply side. Supply side, I mean the people conducting the research, be it within the think tanks like KIPRA, academia, the universities, or even some of the development partners and civil society organizations, or even the private sector. So I think there are important issues in terms of ensuring that research translates into policy. One in terms of the aspect of the quality, in terms of the relevant to the policy priorities, to the developmental issues, relevant to issues affecting the public. Timeliness, in terms of things change fast, so research has to be very timely in terms of informing policy. And the rigor in terms of robust data, that can represent be it the population or a particular industry or a sector. Then, of course, there is also the aspect of establishing credibility, building credibility over time in terms of even the policymakers trusting the research that comes from you. Yeah, so of course at KIPRA we have various avenues or platforms which actually serves as enabler for translating our research into policy. One, we do participate in various task forces, technical working groups that formulate various policies, and that gives us an opportunity in terms of linking research to policy. Then also, the government, be it at the national or the county level, from time to time, engage as KIPRA in terms of developing a particular policy. So it gives us an avenue in terms of feeding or ensuring that, yes, we refer to our research and also other credible research. Maybe just a few examples. Maybe over the recent years, we have supported the government, for example, in terms of developing the Kenya Leather Development Policy, the MSC policy. So prior to even putting that draft policy together, the first step is to do what we call a background report in terms of pulling our research and and also find research from other sources. Then once we have that, then now it gives us a very strong platform in terms of now developing policy out of that. Then maybe one final thing I want to say is in terms of linking research to policy, besides understanding the priorities for the government, besides having strong collaboration linkages with the policymakers, the other important issue from the supply side is also to understand the policy cycle. At what point do you want to inform the policy? Is it in terms of problem identification? Is it in terms of agenda setting? Is it in terms of the design of the policy? Or is it in terms of monitoring, evaluation, and learning of the policy? I think once we reflect, once we consider those supply and demand side, then we can say we can have a strong linkages in terms of research and policy. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping time. Let me go to Dr. Olukuru. KNBS has lots of data sets. There are also other data sets that are produced by the non-state actors. How do academia take advantage of the data sets? And how do we ensure that we use the academia's talent to ensure that they tailor-make solutions for problems in the economy, in the society, and in the environment? How does academia work with other stakeholders in that?
Thank you very much.
At most.
Wow, that's a scary thing to give to a lecturer. We are used to lessons running 1 hour, 2 hours, double classes, 3 hours. I'll try to summarize a few key pointers here. One is just to emphasize the keynote speaker setting up this panel. Data is the greatest asset, but it is useless if it's not analyzed. So that's where academia really comes into. And thanks to KNBS, today you go to your website, you go to your portal, you have almost latest 2 week survey, 1 week survey, some data is there. And that's what I've done at Strathmore University, and we are trying to pull up a number of resources to get our students to get insights from that data. In fact, I came with one of my research scholars here who's been looking at education sector. What has been happening in the last 30 years? How does that inform our state of unemployment today? What kind of policies could be data-driven to get something there? So data is useless unless it's analyzed. When it's analyzed, we try to get some information. So what do you learn from that data? That's where academia again comes through. So we have a series of workshops, webinars. Thanks to KNBS, I think last year we had something also at Strathmore, just to see, can we get platform to disseminate the knowledge we're getting from these data sets. Data analyzed to give you information, to get lessons from it. Now, I've been pushing many participants in such forums not to remain just at what we are learning at. Now we are talking about policy making, decisions being made from data. Are they data-driven? Are they data-centric? At the end of the day is to measure the impact. So 4 sectors that we are really focusing on. Health sector. We have a group of my colleagues in the business school looking at the health data and just try to see, can we even just map the health resources? How many nurses do we have in the country? How many doctors do we have in the country? How many are being produced from various institutions? Of course, KNBS is the single source of truth. And that's where if you bring questions to academia, we are able to come up and say, this data can be analyzed this way to give us these insights, and therefore we want to see the impact. Data to knowledge to impact. We've been looking at agriculture. I saw one of my colleagues here from the Strathmore Agri-Food Innovation Center, and they're trying to compile all the possible surveys in one particular portal. A place you can get to and see, this is what I need to get on agriculture. So I think partners around, and thanks to KNBS again to bring all this together, let's find that synergy where academia provides the engine to get the best out of data. Just collecting is not enough. How can we break it down? And of course, in this era of emerging technology, can we make those dashboards real time? ChatGPT is not just for the searching hard questions. It can visualize that data for you like this. How do we make those dashboards real time? And as we are now, we can be able to say our government policies are data driven. Our policy analyst is data driven. We can look at the decisions and also measure the impact. I'm trying to control myself so I don't get into 3-hour lecture. Thanks, moderator.
Thank you for keeping time. I have to stand to phrase the question to my last but not least panelist. In the changing data ecosystem, the private sector has a key role to play. What is the key contribution of the private sector to the data ecosystem? And what are the ethical considerations we need to take into consideration while thinking about data sharing from the private sector to government and the other way around?
Okay, thank you so much. And before I begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Jason Koimbori. I represent KEPSA. So KEPSA is the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And within KEPSA, I head the research arm of KEPSA, which is a KEPSA Consult. And apart from that, I'm in charge of circular economy and climate change. In that regard, let me just say this before I answer the issue of how we are collaborating with the government. The private sector, we have numbers, and with numbers is what forms the basis of this discussion, that is data. We have over 2 million members, and also we have over 80 business management member organizations, and also by extension, we have 45 million members through the ICC Kenyan chapter, the International Chamber of Commerce, the Kenyan chapter. What do these numbers mean? They mean data. So within the private sector, and I'm happy that our Deputy CEO is here, Dr. Ehud, who is also the Global Director on Matters Youth and Jobs. The reason I'm mentioning that is that he's spearheading a few programs. The programs he's spearheading are actually elaborating the collaboration we are having with the various ministries, the MDACs, that is the ministries, the departments, agencies, and counties. We are working closely with all of them, be it Ministry of Education, Ministry of Cooperatives, Ministry of Trade, and we have a few flagship programs which delve deeply into data. So when you're talking about data, you cannot avoid the issue of youth, because data systems revolves wholly around youth. And without the youth, because the current issue we have is unemployment. So a few programs we have and we have already implemented are from the 20 digital program, from the Digital Explorer one, and currently the Nyota one, which KEPSA is a key partner in the Nyota program. And when you look at all these programs and projects, they have one key understanding. How do we solve the problem of youth unemployment? Through data. And that's why KEPSA has been at the forefront to ensure that we do a lot of digital literacy, because with data you need digital literacy. And at the same time, how do we do ethical data consumption and usage? We recently saw a certain youth who was able to work around some data systems, and he was able to, out of working with those data, he was able to amass a few 10 millions from some of these betting companies. That one tells you data is in the hands of the youth. But now we need to look into ethically, how do we retool them? How do we guide them towards using this data in the right way and manner? And also the government, we need to get ahead of this, because if we don't, the youths are already ahead of us, and will take advantage of this data space to their advantage and to our disadvantage. So in terms of how we would wish to see this ethical guidance and restructuring, we are happy to see that the government came up with a digital, what do you call it? The bill which was passed on matters to do with digital, I'm forgetting the term, just about digital privacy, just to cement on that. We're able to give our sentiments, and I believe that's the avenue we are following, to ensure that as much as the private sector is providing data, how safe is our data in the hands of any other user apart from the private sector? Because the private sector, remember, our data is very important. It can, if it goes in the wrong hands, it will be used in a competitive advantage, and it might cause most of our companies huge losses going into millions. So this data, the private sector is ready to provide, but we need to see structures that are ready, apart from the data privacy bill that was passed, to see that this data that we are putting out, how safe is it in the hands of, obviously, KNBS and other parties. But in that regard, the private sector is on board, and we believe data and this debate on data systems is very key, because our ambition as a private sector is to transition into a smart city. And we cannot transition into a smart city if we don't have the grasp of data in our hands. So the transition towards that smart city Data needs to be at the forefront, but at the same time, we need to ensure that we have all the structures and instruments at hand to ensure that the transition toward a smart city is solved, and the problem of unemployment in Kenya is also comes into a reality that it is solved. So let me stop there, but I believe those are my sentiments in that regard.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists, starting from Dr. Olukuru, to give just one sentence of a parting shot of what do we need to do to maximize the value of data, because we invest lots of resources in data, and we need to realize the value of the data, which eventually translates to improving to citizens' lives. So in one sentence, because collectively we have 30 seconds. Yeah, in one sentence.
I keep on having a disclaimer. Okay. I'm a lecturer, John Olukuru from Strathmore University Business School and at iLab Africa. Now, back to my starting point. Data, information, knowledge. That's what people always stick on. Those are no longer powerful. It's what you implement after you've utilized, analyzed data is what will be powerful. Kenya is a teen nation. Our average age KNBS data is 20 years old. Tap into those young fellows. So in Strathmore, we have a smart factory. Young people set into looking into each and every sector data to see how much you can be able to use it. So come up with hackathons, those smart factories, tap into the young people to see what can we get from data and see if we can implement data-driven policies in this country. A time should come that I should know what is the population of Kenya at a click of a button. How many babies are born today? How many people have died today? At a click of a button. Young people can get that for you now. Thank you.
That was a long sentence.
There were no commas.
Mr. Adan Shibia, one short sentence.
Yes, we must prioritize the whole ecosystem in terms of integrated infrastructure for data, collaboration, skills in terms of issues of technology. The world is changing. The future, what kind of skills we need in the future in terms of data. But out of this data, we need to create value in terms of research that will make impact in terms of policy.
Thank you. Mr. Festus Wangwe.
I think to me, the most important thing is to work on data uptake. I think we should be able to have a grasp of data at our fingers, feet, so that when you are asked some of the key data indicators, you are able to say. If I was just to check here that what is the inflation rate now, I'm sure not more than 30% here will tell me that answer. So data uptake, that culture, is critical for us to be able to appreciate the power of data. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ken Oloch.
Thank you very much. My parting shot is that data is the, I think it's the effective currency for development, and in this case, devolution. Because with data, we'll ensure that our planning is more strategic, our budgeting will be accountable, and our resource application will be equitable. So, and this will therefore ensure that we have a measurable result and effective service delivery at the end. So data is the currency for development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll pick up from his point on currency by saying that at the private sector, we have a lot of data. How do we harness this data and put it in a data hub, and it can act as a source of data mining where we can be paid? So the private sector, we have money, we have the data, and we are calling on investors and even partners, because I believe this platform is meant for partnership. We are looking for partners and people to come and partner with Kenya private sector. We see how this data we can collect from us and put it in a centralized data hub, so that now we can do data mining. For people to access it, they pay, and we work on a revenue sharing stream with you guys. But my parting shot on the same is that maybe in Swahili or in Germany, we say kidole kimoja kihui chawa. So in English is one finger does not kill lice. We need many fingers to kill lice. The reason I'm saying that is you look at the partners on this table. We have COG, we have people from KNBS, we have KIPRA, we have universities, all people I've worked with. That is a diamond-shaped approach where we have the government, the private sector, and the donor partners. When we are together like this and share all this data, then it means we can be able to solve this problem. We can create a joint data hub where we can be able to charge that data access, and we come up with a revenue sharing stream, because private sector, obviously, we think about money sometimes, so every time. But now we need to see how the percentage can work among these sectors, and I believe that's a reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was also a very long sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the panel. We've had words that are going to shape the future. We've had partnerships in data sharing, looking at the young talents, making data accessible, research. We've also talked about uptake of data, and Ken said that data is the currency. Yeah. So that is the summary of our panel. Thank you, my panelists, for keeping time and having long sentences. It was a pleasure working with you. I move back to the moderators.
I'm told there's a group photo, so you need to walk back. And that is the power of data. And I've been promised that the next panel shall have and must have women. And if you want to shoot the messenger, he's standing in front here, right? Pull out the gun. I'm waiting for you. Thank you so much, Sarah and the team. Round of applause again. Karibu sana, Dr. Boniface Makoha, PS Planning. The entire room has been waiting for you. And we are grateful that you could find time out of your very busy schedule to join us today. Now, I am going to transition very quickly. Now, there was a question whether there was a tea at some point or a coffee. Now I'm stuck. It's 11:35, and the PS is here. So if you can just bear with us, we get to hear the remarks from the PS, and I promise you the tea or coffee is not going anywhere. That's what I've been informed. And so we are going to have a session where we'll hear some remarks to set the scene for the next 2 days. We've already started with the power of data and demonstrating how it's actually being applied in practice. And so I'm going to invite the DG, McDonald Obudo, to basically introduce us officially to the Statistics Conference 2025. Karibu sana. Round of applause as the DG makes his way. DG, do you need a podium? Because we can pull it up from where it is. Excellent. So help me to pull the podium up so that the DG can have his iPad in the best possible position. Media team, here. Perfect. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Actually, you know, today we have been dealing with 3 activities in one, and so it is easier to confuse them. Our PS in charge of the State Department for Economic Planning, Dr. Boniface Makoha, the chair of the board of KNBS, Dr. Daniel Amanja,
together with all the board members who are here, and I've seen a number of them. I'm sure the chair would definitely introduce his team. The DG Economic Planning, Dr. Masini Ichwara, the CEO who has just left us, the CEO of Kenya Space Agency, Brigadier Hilary Koskei. He was here with us, and he has something urgent to attend to, so he has just left us, but his team is here. The Dr. Dan Opon, my friend who is in charge of National Coordination Mechanism on Migration, who is representing the Director of Immigration Services here. The interim CEO, GPSDD, Jenna Slotin, who is here with us. We have a number of development partners with us. We have the academia. I've seen University of Nairobi represented, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology represented. Strathmore University was here in the panel speaking to us, represented. We have University of Florida. I'm not sure if Dr. Anta is here. We were with him in the morning. Seemingly he has left. So University of Florida is also was also here with us. For the development partners, we have Statistics Sweden, headed by, it's a large team headed by Peter Nilsson. They are here with us. We have UNFPA that is currently represented by Dr. Tapiwa Jamba. We have been with him since morning, and thank you. Welcome, sir. We have the board chair of SDG Kenya Forum with us, George Awala. And thank you for joining, sir. We have ONS UK that we have also been partnering with. I know Theo is not here, but John Masharia is here with us. And we have Dr. Ehud Gachugu, Deputy CEO, KEPSA, and we saw Dr. Koimburi being part of the panel here. To all the colleagues who are here, we have a number of partners. I'm sure I've not mentioned a quarter of the representation of the team that is here. The county governments are well represented here. You'll be able to see them participating today and tomorrow in the event. A number of my colleagues and directors from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and because this is the chance I have, kindly directors from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, just stand up. Let you be seen from where you are. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just missing one character in the name of Robert Derito. He is around. Have I seen him? He was seated somewhere there. Yeah, I know he's been around. I've checked across and I've seen that he's the one missing. So I know my team. Thank you. So colleagues, I'll not take so much of the time. I know time has gone by, but the key thing that we are on here, having mentioned that we are having 3 activities in one. First was to do the inauguration of the National Planning Committee, which was successfully done. And now we have the African Statistics Day celebration. I said in the morning that this is an activity that is running across the continent. Every country is doing its bit. And I know I've seen Congo Brazzaville have started posting the photos of what they are doing today. And I can tell you, Kenya is going to beat them, I don't know, 10-0, because they with the Kenya National Bureau choir of Statistics choir. If a good photo has not been taken, please, when they come to the stage next, do a good photo. I want to tell them that in Kenya, the Statistics Office has a choir. So people fear statistics, people fear data, people fear numbers, but for us, we are able to get entertained by our choir from time to time. So it's something that we really appreciate. So peers, for this activity, we are dealing with the African Statistics Day celebration. And as we were waiting for you, we went into a panel discussion which borders between the two, the African Statistics Day and the National Statistical Conference. And we say that for the conference, it is a precursor to what is coming up next year, that we are going to celebrate together as a team. And so I listened to the panelists here, and part of what they are really talking about is sharing data. Part of the theme way back in 2001. And I remember the first celebration was held at Intercontinental Hotel. And so thereafter, we have had several of them. And in a number of cases, we have had celebrations taking place in all our 47 counties. So today, we have converged here to ensure that we enjoy the moment together as a team, as we translate into another activity. So the main purpose of the African Statistics Day, one, is to promote awareness and accessibility of official statistics. This is something that has been a problem. And I remember the very first time when we had the celebration, one of the speakers that was invited, and it was the PS of Agriculture then, Professor Sambudi Mwangi. And he complained that the then CBS was producing a lot of data, but then it was not giving it out for use. So when he was doing his PhD outside the country, he wanted data, and the Bureau could not give him the data. So luckily, he got an international body that had managed to secure the Bureau data, and so that was shared with him. So then he was saying, you are recognizing me for having gone to school, holding a position, high position in the government, courtesy of the data that I wanted from you and you denied me, and today you are celebrating me as one of your own. You get the point? And so some of the things that we are meant to deal with is really to share and share data widely. Among our 10 mandates, one of them is talking about dissemination of statistics. And so this is something that we need to seriously undertake. The other one is to foster dialogue between data producers and users. If you don't have producers, then there's no statistics. If you don't have users, then we don't need statistics. But is it the case? We require statistics from all corners. We deal with statistics beyond what we are able to produce as a Bureau of Statistics. But we get it from all the producers, put them together, and make sense out of that data that comes from all over. And so that is how we are able to support the users. It is also meant to encourage both public and private sector engagement in data production and utilization. This is how then you realize that we are able to come together. You realize that of late, in all our functions, we have representation of the private sector, something that was not heard of before. And this is something that we have made a norm within the Bureau, that nothing happens without the involvement of boundaries beyond the government. And so it is through that we are now talking of good things that we have. You cannot talk of citizen-generated data if it were not for the involvement of the private sector and the other non-state actors. Then it is also meant to strengthen the capacity of academia, local governments, and media use of statistics effectively. Again, we have collaborated with universities. You've heard me mentioning a number of universities that are represented here. And this is how we are working. And we work with them right from the development of questionnaire to the dissemination of statistics, all the cycle of the whole production of statistics that we do. And so this is one thing that we appreciate. The media. If the media is given the correct information, they'll report it correctly. In fact, when we trained the media to report on the 2022 Kenya Demographic and Health Survey, the coverage was wonderful, and it is something that we need to continue undertaking. And lastly is about the dissemination of key statistical publication for informed decision making. Decision makers might not be able to know what is available until we disseminate it properly. And this is also something that we appreciate. So those are the key areas brought about the Africans, the celebration. So it is something that is going on countrywide, and I'm happy that we are here as a team to have the celebration. So mine is to stop at that and request the MC to continue with the next bit of it. And I wish everybody well as we get deeper into this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG, as always, setting the scene and ensuring that we are truly informed. And thank you also for making Africa Statistics Week, Africa Statistics Day, a week of national importance. I think a few years ago, I don't know, 5 years ago, who knew we have Africa Statistics Day? How many of us in the room? 2 years ago? 3 years ago? Come on. The reason why I'm asking is because I can see the energy levels in the room are dipping. I can promise you the coffee is around the corner. So just stay alert for another few minutes. We're going to have a few remarks before we invite the PS to make his remarks. And I'd like to invite the SDGs Kenya Forum to kick us off. We've already had quite a lot, so I would appreciate if you spend as little time as you possibly can. Luckily, George is a good friend for many years. I can cut him short anytime I want. Sindio, George? Yeah? Welcome. Then we'll have private sector, UNFPA, Council of Governors, KNBS in that order, and I'll announce the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Davis. The Principal Secretary, the Director General of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, development partners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor to deliver these opening remarks on behalf of the civil society fraternity in Kenya under the umbrella of the SDGs Kenya Forum as we commemorate the Africa Statistics Day. It is a moment for us to reflect on the transformative power and role of data in shaping a just, peaceful, inclusive, and prosperous Kenya. Today's theme couldn't be more timely. Across the continent and globally, we are witnessing unprecedented technological advancements, growing demands for transparency, increasing expectations from citizens for accountable and responsible governance. And we can see this playing out even within the region. Young people, women, and other groups that have been marginalized are asking for more space, and they want responsive and accountable governance. At the heart of all this lies data. The data that we produce, because we can use this data to demand for accountability. And also there's the data that we fail to capture because there's a lot of hidden data that we are unable to access. So for the civil society fraternity, data is more than just numbers. It reflects the lives of people, people's lived realities. It's the voice of that woman in a remote village somewhere in Kenya who is not counted in a national survey for one reason or the other. Maybe they don't belong because they don't have a national ID, or something else may make them not be reflected in the national statistics. It's the story of this young person who is a graduate, is unemployed, and even tries to get employment, but they find that their records are not there in the administrative records, so they cannot be accepted for one reason or the other. It's also the experience of marginalized communities whose challenges remain invisible because no one is measuring what matters to them because they are too small to be important. So as a country, we cannot achieve the aspirations of Agenda 2063 and the SDGs and our national development plans unless we close these data gaps and build ecosystems that put people at the center of statistics and use this data to inform policy and decision-making at all levels. Allow me to highlight key reflections from the civil society community. One, innovation must serve inclusion. So today we see AI, geospatial technologies, mobile-based surveys, and big data analytics. And these present real opportunities for citizen groups and people. But innovation must not widen inequalities by excluding rural communities, because sometimes the very tools that we have can be used to marginalize people and vulnerable groups. So we want to design tools that ensure that no citizen is left behind, no citizen is unheard, or no citizen is unaccounted for. We want to be inclusive. And grassroots organizations are also generating their own data, and that has been a game changer. So civil society organizations can now generate data that can be presented to the Bureau of Statistics and can be accepted as data that has meaning, that is acceptable, that can be used by the government. We have been part of journeys to ensure that citizen voice are represented validly in the data ecosystem. Globally, as part of the SDGs Kenya Forum, we've been involved in the development of a framework for citizen data, the Copenhagen framework. It's been a long journey, but we are really happy to see the results of it, because now statistical offices and civil society groups, academia, private sector, all have a framework where they can look at citizen-generated data and trust this data. Trust is essential. It's central to data ecosystems. So citizens must trust the data, that this data talks their story and talks about their plight. It's also important that the data that's collected from citizens is used responsibly and ethically, because sometimes there are challenges with the data that other players hold about citizens, whether it's the big corporates or government itself. It's used for surveillance and other things. And we want open data policies. We want clear feedback loops and participatory data governance. Data capacity is a national development priority, and we are happy to hear that there is commitment from Kenya. The National Statistical System is looking at all sources of data, and we are very happy about that. Partnership is our greatest asset. And for progress to take place, different types of partnerships need to exist. So civil society players work with private sector, with government, with the academia, with the media, etc. And as civil society organizations, we are not agitators. We just want accountability, because it's taxpayers' money. How is it used? So when we want to hold government to account, we will have data, we'll have the tools, and these tools will help us to push for transparency, accountability, and governance. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate Africa Statistics Day, let us commit ourselves to a future where every person is counted, where every community is visible, where every decision is grounded on quality data, timely data, inclusive data. On behalf of the civil society organizations, I want to affirm our commitment to continue working hand in hand with the government, the National Bureau of Statistics, the academia, other development partners, and we want to strengthen the data ecosystem in Kenya. As we've heard, Kenya is a leader in the data work, and we want to ensure that innovation truly drives justice, peace, and prosperity for all Africans. So thank you very much, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this year's National Statistics Conference. Thank you. I hope I kept my part of the bargain.
That was fantastic. Civil society speeches can be quite lengthy because we are not used to writing speeches, but you've done very well.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We'll quickly transition to the private sector. Let's have the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, represented by Dr. Ehud Kashungu, to make quick remarks. Bwana Governor, karibu sana. We appreciate you taking time to join us. We'll formally introduce you and also give you an opportunity to address the statistics conference. Karibu.
Allow me to stand with the already established protocols so that we can try and save time. Bwana PS and the organizers of the conference, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, our leadership, we are truly, truly grateful and happy to be part of this conference. When the MC was making initial introduction, I was very scared that the private sector is not being mentioned as part and parcel of this very important conference. But as we have moved along, we have seen that private sector is very integral in this discussion that we're having today, and we are very, very privileged and feel very honored really to be part and parcel of this very important meeting. So it's an honor for us this morning as we commemorate the 2025 Africa Statistics Day and officially open the National Statistics Conference to represent the voices of the private sector. So I take this opportunity to commend the great work the Kenya Bureau of Statistics and all the partners who have been involved in convening this platform has undertaken, and also the practitioners or the people who are consumers, the generators and resources that are used in building a robust data ecosystem for our country. So before I proceed, allow me to briefly introduce the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, though my colleague has briefly touched on what we do. So Kenya Private Sector Alliance is the apex body of the private sector in Kenya. So our role is to bring the private sector together so that we can have structured, harmonized, and deliberate way of engaging with all stakeholders in the economy, whether we are discussing matters economy, whether we are discussing matters policy, but bringing in the entire voice of the private sector. We have over 80 business associations and very many corporate organizations that represent the business and the private sector in the country. We also have a multitude of micro and small enterprises, as well as even startups being members of KEPSA. So through this network, we bring together over 2 million businesses across the country, and we have an access of another 45 million through hosting what we call the International Chamber of Commerce, which gives us the international legroom to be able to connect with the international business community. So today's conference, therefore, is extremely important for the constituencies I've just mentioned, that without robust, proper data environment, data systems, data structure, that is accessible, that's predictable, that's available, we cannot be able to progress in terms of private sector development. So across the continent, the demand for timely, accurate, and inclusive, actionable data has never been higher than it is now. Evidence-based policy making is now recognized as a fundamental pillar of development, governance, and economic competitiveness. Yet, statistics show that globally, nearly 40% of national development plans lack adequate, data-driven, and evidence to track progress, highlighting why this conference is important. And it has been said severally, yes, we have data sitting in silos, it's not speaking to one another, and it's also not probably accessible, and therefore provides valuable opportunities for collaboration in modernizing systems that then can address those pending challenges. At KEPSA, we recognize the indispensable role that quality statistics play, in particular informing business decisions, from decisions about access to market, expanding to new markets, new targeting for products, investment and planning, risk analysis, product design, and many more other functions that are necessary, and the data becomes the infrastructure for driving those decisions. Many of our member companies are already integrating advanced data tools, and of course, right now we are in the age of artificial intelligence and predictive analysis to enhance operational efficiencies as well as effectiveness in our operations. The private sector thrives in reliable data, And strengthening Kenya's statistical ecosystem is therefore a strategic priority that directly supports economic growth, competitiveness, and job creation. So we are particularly very encouraged by the shifts towards innovative data sources, the discussions around big data, citizen-generated data, GIS, and artificial intelligence. Those are really very informative and very modern ways in which data is being made accessible, and private sector is at the forefront in terms of designing these systems and also testing and using them for purposes of advancing operations in our businesses. These data systems are transforming how we do business in the private sector, how we connect with our consumers, but also how we engage with government and other stakeholders. And therefore, it is important that this conference and this forum continue to deep down and discuss ways in which we can strengthen collaboration with the private sector through the various instruments that are really available, either nationally or across the continent. So as Kenya prepares to host the Global Data Festival in 2026, this conference then provides a timely opportunity to align our national priorities with global standards. Private sector plays a critical role, and it's our appeal that we will be engaged and will engage more deeply to see how to make this Global Data Festival a reality and work for our country as well as for our business stakeholders in the country. We stand and we would like to continue supporting Kenya National Bureau of Statistics as well as other stakeholders in showcasing our leadership in data innovations. In conclusion, let me also affirm our commitment as KEPSA to continue working with all of you in modernizing the Kenya data landscape. One of the most exciting insights that came through the panel discussion was how can we harness the power of young people to really bring their digital capabilities, their digital prowess in modernizing our data ecosystems. And we are more than happy to really continue partnering with you to make this a reality for our country as we continue to transform insights from the data into investments and ideas that propel our country. Thank you all very much, and we wish you a very successful and inspiring conference.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ari. We appreciate those sentiments. And many years ago, it was difficult to see civil society, private sector, academia, and everyone else in the room with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. So let's give a round of applause to KNBS for leading the way in multi-stakeholder collaboration and partnership. It's truly wonderful to see this come full circle. I'm going to invite UNFPA, Tapiwa, to make very brief remarks, and then we'll quickly transition to the Open SDGs data platform. Just a brief segment before I hand over back to the DG for the official remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As already introduced, I'm Tapiwa Jamba, a program advisor at UNFPA, responsible for data generation and system strengthening. Allow me to read the prepared remarks on behalf of UNFPA, and in particular, on behalf of my branch chief, Priscilla Idele, who has not been able to join us this morning. So I'll just read through the remarks. Esteemed colleagues, partners, and friends, all protocols observed. UNFPA is honored and privileged to join you at this National Statistics Conference. That could not be more timely, leveraging innovation in data and statistics, peaceful, inclusive, and prosperous society for Africans. This conversation comes at a moment when the world urgently needs clarity, accuracy, and foresight to navigate rapid demographic, social, environmental, and economic transformations. As we move closer to the 2030 deadline for SDGs, the global community faces a profound challenge. Progress on the Sustainable Development Goals is slowing, yet our need for reliable evidence is rising. High quality, timely, and disaggregated data is the foundation upon which development, governance, and accountability are built. Without it, countries struggle to assess needs, plan services, allocate resources, and measure impact. Today, however, the world is confronting a population data emergency. More than 30% of the global population was not counted during the just ended 2020 census round. Fewer than half of countries maintain complete civil registration and vital statistics systems. National surveys that once formed the backbone of demographic evidence, including the demographic and health surveys and other household surveys, are increasingly strained by funding, and nearly 1/3 of SDG indicators still lack recent and reliable data. These gaps are not technical inconveniences. They are barriers that limit our ability to understand who is being left behind, where resources are most needed, and how demographic change is shaping the future of societies. Innovation, therefore, is not simply useful. It is essential for resilience and inclusive development. For UNFPA, our mandate remains clear. Everyone, everywhere must be counted and accounted for in the pursuit of sustainable development. Population data remains the backbone of any national statistical system, and it is central to evidence-based policy making. For more than 5 decades, UNFPA has worked closely with governments to strengthen the full census cycle. This includes introducing handheld devices for data collection, using satellite imagery to support mapping, geospatial analytics, and modern dissemination systems that increase accessibility and transparency. Today, the modern census is a sophisticated, technology-driven operation that demands innovation at every step, from mapping and enumeration to analysis, dissemination, and use. At the same time, we recognize that administrative data is foundational to building sustainable, continuous population data systems. Through the Global Center of Excellence on CRVS systems, hosted at UNFPA headquarters, UNFPA supports countries to improve registration completeness, strengthen interoperability, and use vital events data for planning and accountability. Strong CRVS systems are not only essential for demographic intelligence, they safeguard legal identity, enable social protection, and the upholding of human rights. Innovation also extends to our support for survey systems. In 2025, Kenya will join over 50 countries implementing UNFPA's Youth Reproductive Choices Survey, an online adaptive instrument that generates real-time insights into the lives, choices, and aspirations of young people. This represents a new generation of survey approaches, faster, more flexible, and capable of capturing emerging issues that traditional survey cycles struggle to do. Yet the purpose of innovation is not technology itself. It is about producing timely, granular, and actionable intelligence that policymakers can use to design effective programs and reach those most in need. When innovations are aligned with national priorities, as they are in Kenya, they strengthen capacities, expand visibility, and deepen inclusion. This is why UNFPA's new data strategy, which is in development, places innovation at the heart of our approach to to collection, analysis, dissemination, and use of data. Allow me to highlight a few of the areas where we are seeing transformative potential. First, advanced analytics and artificial intelligence. We are piloting machine learning, natural language processing, automated thematic analysis, and social listening tools to support national statistics offices and policymakers. These tools expand the speed and depth of demographic intelligence, helping countries to anticipate future trends and act earlier. Second, geospatial innovation. Geospatial analysis is now essential for understanding distribution, access, and vulnerability. UNFPA is strengthening the use of GIS for mapping inequalities, identifying underserved populations, modeling facility catchments, and estimating populations in insecure or remote areas. In regions where a traditional census is not feasible, model-based population estimates offer powerful alternatives to ensure no one remains invisible. Third, strengthening entire data ecosystems. Our vision is that the census becomes a cornerstone of a dynamic, integrated, and collaborative national data ecosystem. One that draws on administrative data, surveys, geospatial tools, and new technologies. This pathway includes supporting countries as they progressively move toward continuous data production models, and where appropriate, considering register-based census approaches. To unlock the full potential of innovation, there are 4 commitments we must pursue together. 1, quality and standards. New technologies must enhance accuracy, coverage, timeliness, and usability, while aligning with international best practices. 2, strong data governance. Innovation thrives where trust is strong. We must protect the privacy of data and data security and ensure ethical use while maintaining accessibility for research and planning. 3, capacity strengthening. We must invest in statisticians, data scientists, GIS analysts, and young innovators. A resilient data system depends on skilled people, not just powerful tools. 4, user-centered dissemination. Data must be translated into clear, actionable products, policy briefs, thematic maps, dashboards, and infographics that empower policymakers and communities to make informed decisions. In UNFPA's current strategic plan, demographic intelligence is central to promoting resilience, equity, and rights. Strong gender transformative data systems underpin all of our outcomes, which include ending unmet need for family planning, ending preventable maternal deaths, eliminating gender-based violence, and helping countries navigate demographic transitions with foresight and precision. Ultimately, innovation in data and statistics is how we move from raw numbers to development intelligence that guides investments, strengthens accountability, and shapes demographic futures. As we gather here today, let us recommit to deepening collaboration, accelerating innovation, and aligning investments so that every data set, every technological breakthrough, and every strengthened system brings us closer to a world where everybody is counted because everybody counts. I wish you a successful National Statistics Conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tapiwa. I'm looking at the time, and I have both good and bad news. The bad news is we can't break for tea now. But the good news is you can have your tea with lunch. Do we agree? We have an official segment because I'm looking at the time, and if we break now, it will take us 1 other hour to come back into the room. So I'm making some executive decisions as the microphone holder that we just wrap up, then we go for lunch. But there will be tea in the afternoon, I promise you, at the right time. Is that okay? Concurrence in the room? All right. Thank you so much. We have a brief segment where we are going to have Kenya National Bureau of Statistics demonstrate to us the Open SDGs data platform. And then I'll hand over to the DG, who's going to have the remarks by the board chair. And then we'll have the remarks by His Excellency, where I come from, XZ, His Excellency, Dr. Irungu Kangata. And then we'll have the keynote address before we go for lunch. So in that order, can we have Sarah Ndunda quickly demonstrate to us the SDGs, Open SDGs digital platform. While she does that, can we just all stand up? Say hello to the person next to you, because we didn't get an opportunity to introduce each other, and people have been sitting for too long. Just 1 minute, stretch. But don't leave the room, eh? I can see you. Feel free to sit after you say hello to the person next to you. Sarah, are you ready? All set up? And you can introduce yourself, then make the quick presentation. If you didn't get a business card, there will be other opportunities, right? Or a number.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Mwikali Ndunda. I work for Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in the section of dissemination and data science, and I'll be demonstrating Open SDG platform, which is dedicated for the dissemination of SDGs in Kenya. So as they set up the platform from the media side, I would like to give a brief background about the Open SDG platform. So SDGs, as you all know, is that they are global commitment to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity by 2030. And they are adopted by UN member states. And we have 252 indicators in the global framework. And out of 252, Kenya is reporting 171. And one of them is not applicable to Kenya. And that is SDG 13B1, which is about small countries and islands. And Kenya does not lie there. So we are supposed to report only 251 instead of 252. So have we been disseminating SDGs as of today before coming up with the platform? Of course, we have been doing that, and we have been using Excel, and it's available in the website of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. However, if you have ever looked at the Excel, you'll realize that it's quite a lot of work. And anybody who is not technical may not be able to understand what actually we are reporting. And now, because of lack of interactability and lack of metadata, and also Excel, they are not easy to integrate with systems. And today, as we talk about innovation in African Statistics Day, you realize that we are not escaping from integration of systems. So even for SDGs, it needs to be integrated with other systems. And in this case, as we have been talking about single source of truth, is with a platform which we are developing also to disseminate our official statistics, such that when you come to our website, you are able to access all the data without having to go to any other platform. So what is Open SDG? So as I had said, Open SDG platform is a platform which is only supposed to disseminate SDG data But also, you can also disseminate other indicators, which we have, and that can also be developed later. But of today, it's for all Open SDG, is going to disseminate SDGs only. And we developed this with capacity building from ONS, UK, and UN, ECA, and UNSD. Those are the organizations which capacity build Kenya National Bureau of Statistics staff to come up with the platform. And the development process involved, first of all, customizing the platform to Kenyan context. And after that, we converted the data in SDMX, which is statistical metadata and data exchange standard. And after that, we uploaded the data in our platform. And that's why we will be able to see what is going to be, what I'm going to be showing in the next few minutes. So I just want to take you through the Open SDG platform. And now, at the home, you get a brief word of what SDGs are and about our platform, and that is Kenya Indicator Framework for Sustainable Development Goals. And we have provided links there which you can click and be able to access other sites where you can get more information about the platform. And when you scroll down, you are able to see all the goals up to the 17th goal. And you will see down there, there is download all data. So when you click here and download, you will download the entire data set which we uploaded in the Open SDG platform. So by clicking there, you are going to access all the data which is available, and that means the data set which you are reporting at a country level. Back to the icons, we have goals. That is where you can access all the goals and be able to visualize or download if you are intending to only download a goal or an indicator. I just want to demonstrate how you can do all that using only one goal. And let me just choose goal 2. And from goal 2, I can choose 221, 222. Let me go with 221. This is about prevalence of stunting. And I want us to see at the country level, that's what we are reporting. And the data which we have is for 2014, 2019, and 2022. The reason why we have that data, we have metadata here, the national metadata. You can look at it and you will realize that the data is from KIPS and KDHS, which are done after 5 years interval. Are we together? So that one will explain the data gaps, and that is the importance of having metadata, because now somebody will be wondering, why is Kenya National Bureau of Statistics giving us this information, yet they should be giving it annually? But it's because we do not collect that data where we source this data from annually. Okay, so we have disaggregation. This indicator is integrated by disaggregated by sex and degree of urbanization. So let's see how you can access information for disaggregated indicators. So for sex, we have female and male. So let's see the trend for female and male. So that is to show that actually female are doing better than male. The green line is for male, and the other brown line is for female, and the blue line is for national level. And then we have degrees of degree of urbanization. There we have rural and urban, and we can be able to tell which region is doing badly and which one is doing better. And there we have it. So as you can see, urban is doing better than rural. And then from there, you realize now this one has become very crowded, and maybe you wanted to access this data in a better way. So there are tables there. So you can be able now to access that data again at table format. And if you want to download, you click download the table and you access the data So, there you have it. Are we together? Okay, and now, we have developed the user guide, so don't worry about all this. We are going to have the user guide to guide every person through the platform. So, reporting status. Now you're able to tell at glance what we are reporting, right? You are able to say that we have 171 indicators reporting, and we have 80 indicators which are not being reported, and we have one which is not applicable, and I said that is indicator 13C1. So you can still look at the indicator, at goal level and see which goals are not doing well. We have like clean water and sanitation. We are reporting 100% of the indicators. We have affordable and clean energy, 100%. However, we have goal 12, responsible consumption and production, which we are below average with 46%. So a lot of work needs to be done there. So we have an icon for publication. Here is where you will be able to get all the publications where we have outsourced the data from. Like for example, all indicators, all goals, we have gotten data from Economic Survey, Kenya Housing Survey, Kenya Demographic and Health Survey, and so on and so forth. For goal 1, we have gotten data from Kenya Housing Survey, and Brighter Future, Breaking Cycle of Poverty for Kenyan children. We have Poverty Surveys 2022 and the rest. So if you want to get more information about the goals and where we are getting the information from, just come at the publication and you can be able to get further information from there. So updates. Here is where you'll be able to get the information about the news and events which we are going to be doing regarding SDGs. And if we had launched this now, probably we would have put this as part of the events. We have frequently asked questions. With this one, we keep on updating based on the questions which we'll be getting. And of course, we have the questions and answers there. And about us there, you'll get information about the site, about Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and about State Department of Economic Planning. That's where you will be able to get more information. So that's all about OpenSDG platform. When you want to get more information, you can contact us there. We have email, which you can share your feedback so that we can improve further, or if you have a question, we can be able to communicate to us through SDG@Kenya National Bureau of Statistics email address. Thank you so much, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for that demo. Another round of applause. We also look forward to an integrated AI chat function within that platform, so that those of us who are not interested in everything else can just type and we get what we need. It's doable, it's possible. That is the trend. We have to integrate AI in practically everything. Bona DG, I would like to invite you to the podium so that you can take over the next segment. The Director General of the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Donald Obudo, who's going to invite the board chairman, who will then invite the governor of Murang'a County, and the governor can invite the PS, and we wrap up that segment. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for the chance, and colleagues, I've spoken to you a few times today, and so at this point, mine is simply to do the invitation. As I do that, I thought I saw Carrie Francis Ayuka Daktari. You know, that was my senior in school, so I was his junior. So if I don't mention his name here, Daktari, I recognize you fully. Yeah, I should not be lynched in another forum. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. I'll expect some feedback from you at the end of the day so that we make better what is coming in 2026. Thank you. So I mentioned about my chair and the board, and so this is the time that I'm now inviting my chair, my employer, my everything in the bureau, and this is none other than Dr. Daniel Mwirigi Ntoamanja to come to the podium and share with us his remarks, after which he will actually invite my peers, who will then invite His Excellency, the Governor, to round it up for the case of the African Statistics Day. Welcome, and could you just clap to my boss, surely? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Karibu.
Thank you, DG. As you have been told, my name is Ndani Wamanja. I'm the chair of the Bureau, board of the National Bureau of Statistics. With me, I think I have a few board members who are able to come. Please, can you stand? We recognize you. Thank you very much. Others could not make it, but they are coming from different parts of this country. Like Itapo there is coming all the way from Isiolo. Ladies and gentlemen, that 5 years ago, I went for some induction in the public service straight from the university. And there were two things I was told. One is to avoid being misquoted. Number two is to avoid overlooking a point you had intended to discuss. And with this introduction, allow me to go through my speech in order to avoid those 2 points. So the PS, State Department for Planning, Boniface Makoha, Daktari, Murang'a Governor, His Excellency Irungu Kang'ata, a very well-known gentleman, from the time he wrote some letters to the time he is winning awards as the best governor in Kenya, and also he comes from this account where I went for my studies. NBS board members, Director General, of course, Donald, everybody knows you. National and county governments representatives, board chairperson, SDG's Kenya Forum, Mr. George Awala, Deputy CEO, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Dr. Eliud Gachugo, private sector representatives, and we have seen a lot of them here, academia and the civil society, development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, afternoon. It is my great pleasure and a profound honor to welcome you all to the 2025 National Statistics Conference, to this special celebration of Africa Statistics Day. Today, as we gather here, the powerful continental theme that has been resonating with us since morning, leveraging innovations in data and statistics to promote a just, peaceful, inclusive, and prosperous society for Africans, we are not merely marking a date on the calendar. We are reaffirming a collective commitment that quality, timely, and inclusive statistics is the bedrock upon which Kenya and Africa will build a future that leaves no one behind. The African Statistics Day, commonly known as ASD, that is celebrated every year, as we are told in the morning, on 18th of November, helps in recognizing the vital role statistics play in shaping our policies, guiding our national planning, and driving development, sustainable development. The Bureau has been leading the ASD commemorations for several years. Every year, KNBS has been innovating on the ways to celebrate the day. This year, KNBS, with the assistance of stakeholders, organized an inaugural national statistics inaugural statistics conference to celebrate the ASD and create a platform for engagement on various statistical matters, and invited participants within government, non-government, non-state actors, private sector, and the public. The conference is a milestone that is set pace for future engagement events as envisaged in our strategic plan and in the Kenya Strategy for Development of Statistics. The success of this conference will give impetus to organize future ones on a bigger and better scale. I think that is what the DG has been telling us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past decade, we have witnessed extraordinary transformation in our national data ecosystem. What was once largely traditional survey-driven system has evolved into a dynamic technology-enabled platform. Big data, artificial intelligence, geographical information system, citizen-generated data, and mobile technology are no longer futuristic concepts. They are tools we are actively integrating into our statistical processes. And allow me here to recognize the gentleman who was here in the panel from Stradimo. I think he's the one who introduced us to artificial intelligence. I attended his course sometime, I think 2 years ago. Thank you very much. I recognize how you made me to stop thinking economically all the time to data. The Kenya Strategy for Development of Statistics and the Strategy for Harmonization of Statistics in Africa have given us the policy anchor we need to embrace these innovations responsibly and effectively. KNBS has sustained the production of quality flagship statistical output, such as the economic survey, statistical abstracts, sector reports, the thematic indicators, and the conduct of censuses and surveys. The Bureau is currently at the preparatory planning stage for the 2029 Kenya Population and Housing Census. It's a massive exercise. You have to prepare for it 5 years in advance. The KNBS has also continued to take strides in discharging another of its core mandate of coordination of the national statistical system. It has continued to enter into partnerships with both state and non-state actors, with the recent one being with the national public universities. On county statistics, the Bureau has continued its collaboration with the county governments to ensure that the statistics function, which is a concurrent function as per the Kenya Constitution, is able to serve the needs of our country. On this, I commend the county government of Uasin Gishu for collaborating with KNBS, and on Monday this week, that is 17th November 2025, they became the first county to launch the 2025 series of county statistical abstracts. I commend them for that. And Your Excellency Rungu, I don't know why, I think you should have been the first one to do that, because I know you are very technical. In terms of technology, you are ahead of most of us. A number of other county governments are partnering with us, and currently at different stages of compilation of statistical data required for monitoring and evaluation of programs at the county for both levels of government. The KNBS has actively participated in nurturing youth talent, in innovation in the use of data to solve challenges. 4 days ago, that is, I think, on Friday 14th, November 2025, KNBS participated in the 2025 Inter-University Hackathon that drew participants from 28 universities across Kenya, along with their support from international sponsors. The hackathon event provided a dynamic platform for our young innovators from our university to showcase their creativity, develop AI-driven solutions, and collaborate with industry experts on sustainable technological advancement. The event is without a doubt in line with the theme of this conference. And I think there is no overemphasizing the need of youth leading the way. I guess that's why even the countries where you see they are doing very well, they are led by youthful governors, like Kirongo Kangata. This conference offers an opportunity to strengthen our statistical systems, improve the quality and accessibility of data, and foster collaboration among government development partners, academia, the private sector, and the civil society, as you have seen since morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the KNBS Board of Directors has been at the forefront of positioning KNBS to adapt to changing world. Official statistics alone cannot meet the ever-growing demand for evidence. The gaps remain real. Disaggregated data on vulnerable populations, real-time indicators for crisis response, and the statistics that truly reflect the lived realities of marginalized communities. These are the frontiers we must conquer together. And we can only do so by forging strong partnerships across government, private sector, academia, civil society, and most importantly, with the citizens of this country. This conference is therefore more than an event. It is a movement. It is a movement. It is a platform to showcase what is possible when we dare to innovate. It is a space to confront hard questions on data ethics, privacy, governance, and equity. I think it was discussed in the panel this morning, this issue of privacy, ethics, and all that. And it is a call to action for sustained investment in our national statistical system and in the digital transformation that will define the next chapter of Kenya's development. In the next 2 days, you witness the launch of SDG data platform, which consolidates and provides access to Kenya's statistical data for monitoring and reporting on sustainable development goals. We also use this gathering to look ahead. In just 7 years, as the DG has said, Kenya will be having the singular honor of hosting the Global Data Festival in June 2026. Today's conversation, the innovations you showcase, the partnerships you strengthen, all of these will shape the agenda when the world converges in Nairobi to chart a fair, equitable, and a resilient data-driven future. Ladies and gentlemen, as the chairman of the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics Board, allow me to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to all institutions that have contributed to the planning and organization of this conference. I wish to sincerely thank our partners, particularly the United Nations Population Fund, Statistics Sweden, the Office of the National Statistics UK, SDG Kenya Forum, and the Private Sector Alliance for walking this journey with us. We say thank you very much for that. Your technical and financial support has been invaluable. The KNBS team, led by our able DG, I say thank you for your dedication, professionalism, and an unrelenting pursuit of excellence. Continue in that path. Because by doing so, you are making Kenya proud. I wish you a productive discussions and a fruitful engagement throughout the conference. We look forward to working with all of you in advancing a stronger, more responsive, and more innovative national data ecosystem. Finally, to all of you here today, from every corner of our data ecosystem, thank you for believing that better data means better lives. Thank you, and may God bless you. Now allow me, with great humility, to invite our peers, Dr. Boniface Makoha, to come and address the gathering.
Asante sana, Chair. His Excellency Governor Kang'ata Irungu, the DG KNBS, all guests that are seated, good afternoon. Allow me to start off with a few pointers of who I am. And then, Governor, I'll not be very long with my speech because I'm also looking forward to hearing and learning from you. Quickly, as a State Department, we have a slogan that we use, and I remember when we were launching, was it a statistical strategy? I also reminded us that our State Department, our slogan that guides all that we do is everything must be data driven, everything we do must be people focused, and everything we do must be result oriented. And that we have been able to walk that journey for the last 6 months. Allow me just to highlight a few things, and I'll be able to read my official speech. When I came in, I found a panel that was discussing a few things, highlighting on the importance of data. And one of the panelists said, and which I agree to, data is the new oil. My question to us is, if data is the new oil, are you refining the oil or are you seated on the barrel? Question number 2 that I want to leave with us is that I've said as a State Department that everything we do is data driven. But sometimes I'm forced to ask, is data driving you? You, I mean you as a person or an entity, or are you driving the data? Those are 2 questions that you might want to ponder on after this. Distinguished delegates, I want just to submit to you that I've been here in this State Department for the last 6 months. And within those 6 months, quickly, one of the things that I gave a deadline to KNBS to deliver, and I am so glad and proud that today they have just showcased it. This was the Open SDG platform during SDG Partners Breakfast. Can we give them a round of applause? Number 2, as a State Department, we are realizing that the gap that we have when it comes to data, it's not only as a cause of data, but there is something that was missing. And this we have trying to address through an economic planning bill and policy, where we have tried to address all and everything, including data management. So as a country, we've been operating Of course, with provisions on economic planning from different legal instruments. But now we are collating all this to put together and have an economic bill that will be helping us also to be able to view data as the new oil that it is. One of the things also we've done that relates to data is we've partnered with the State Department for Interior and State Department for ICT and Creative Economy to do a tool that helps us to collect data from the grassroots. I don't know who was here and said sometimes we consider those people who are down as if they do not count. This government operates on bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and we are actualizing that by going down to the grassroots. How? As a State Department, when we came in together with my very able team, we realized that as a government we have structures. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. The structure we identified was NGAO. NGAO is National Government Administrative Officers or offices who are spread all over in all villages, and they report probably on a daily or a weekly basis. So we want to take advantage of this and train them on how to collect data, which data, and how to report. So that is State Department for Interior. And then ICT, we are now developing a tool which you can be able to look at a dashboard and click on a constituency and probably get feedback or get raw data from the grassroots. So this is a tool that it is in development, and we are piloting it probably in 1 or 2 constituencies in the next 3 or 4 weeks. So you can you can agree with me that we are now converting our slogan into a reality, data-driven. We have also our distinguished guests and Your Excellency Governor. We have also realized that the youth, and one of I don't know whether it was from private sector or civil society, really emphasized about the youth. And for us to have data, it should not just be data. Data, we've had it should be quality. This data should come on time, timely. Yeah, and finally, this data should be inclusive. So what are we doing? We have brought on board the youth through a challenge. We are calling it #Uchumi Vibes. We are launching it very soon. How is this helping us to collect data? It is helping us to collect data through success stories. So we are incentivizing the youth wherever they are in this country, that we want to report on 5 pillars of a bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and we can choose one like things to do with infrastructure. And wherever they are, using their own phone, smartphone, let them take a 1-minute video showcasing the project and then speaking to it. What do they think? So that when they post those videos, we can now analyze and look at which one is the best video for that week. That one, we reward them with a token, even if it is 5,000, 10,000. This will help bring our youth on board, number one. But number two, help us be able to collect data in terms of the success stories, so that when we are reporting, it is not only numbers. We have a voice. We have a success story that somebody down there in different quarters of this country. So Ladies and gentlemen, that is a summary of what we are doing. Probably maybe the last one. I'll not read my speech the entire because I'm just summarizing. The last one is we have realized our youth at the university, they are doing a lot. With the Vision 2030 Secretariat. We have a media house. They have created a room for discussion called Ruazo. And what we have agreed going forward is that we are going into the tail end of 2030, Vision 2030. We need to do an assessment of what were the misses, what were the hits, and then start a discussion on which type of long-term vision do we want post-Vision 2030. So this is what we are planning to do, invite them in that media house. Let's have a discussion. Why are you saying the way we have crafted our long-term plan is not right? And then they tell us A, B, C. We have a candid discussion, and from there we are able to get ideas and move together with everyone. That is just in the spirit of leaving no one behind. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, to just scan through my official written speech. I want to say that this year's theme for the African Statistics Day, leveraging innovation in data and statistics to promote a just, peaceful, inclusive, and prosperous society for Africa, is aligned to 2025 AU Summit, which reads Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Preparation. It's also aligned to the aspiration of the African Charter on Statistics, and equally aligned to the UN fundamental principles of official statistics, all which, if you look at them, they call for quality, they call for accessible, they talk of, encourage us to ensure that it is inclusive, and above everything, ethical, statistics, that this is what will lead to development. I want to say that statistics remains a fundamental public good and that drives national development. You'll agree with me that it is statistics that inform resource allocation. When we go to budgeting, we look at the statistics in this country. It guides even evidence-based planning, like what we want to do. We will depend on statistics. It strengthens accountability and enables government to monitor progress under SDGs. We've seen through the portal, it helps us to monitor even the Kenya Vision 2030, which is currently being implemented under the MTP4 with a focus on bottom-up economic transformation agenda for inclusive growth. Emerging technologies, distinguished participants, including AI, machine learning, big data analytics, Earth observation, and geographic information system, all this presents unprecedented opportunities to modernize Kenya's data system, improve accuracy, and guide transformative public policy processing across sectors. As our country navigates rapid changes in economy, demographics, climate, and technology, quality statistics are indispensable for anticipating future trends and designing responsible and responsive policies. Allow me to quickly say that this conference will provide input on the ongoing efforts to establish the establishment of data governance framework led by the State Department for Information, Communication, and digital technology. The framework are expected to lay the foundation for the whole of government approach on ensuring quality and operability of data along the value chain so that we can be able to benefit from our statistics. I also want to say that the conference comes at a time when the government is in the process of developing a national policy on official statistics. This ensures that statistics are produced and disseminated in a timely manner to serve the needs of the country. Underline dissemination. We have a lot of statistics. Probably we will be able to work and improve on our dissemination. The policy is expected to lay further policy and legislative action that include revision of Statistics Act, development of statistics regulation, and ratification of African Charter on Statistics. Despite the notable progress that we have highlighted, and from my beginning, I want to say that challenges still persist in one, financing of statistical operations, which results in delayed surveys and limited coverage. There remain significant gaps in data disaggregation, particularly for gender, youth, and people with disability, as well as marginalized community. This limits inclusive planning. Also, slow adoption of emerging technologies, weak data governance structures, and ethical framework are other challenges that hinder full adoption of AI, big data, and even citizen-generated data. What are some of the strategic focus areas for the 2025 National Statistics Conference? I want to urge us that over the next 2 days, this conference, I know that it will provide a platform for us to discuss innovations, best practices, and practical solutions for strengthening Kenya's national statistical systems. Therefore, key focus for us, I believe, me included, should be data ethics and governance, public-private partnership for financing statistics, disaggregation and inclusivity, predictive analysis, and leveraging on AI and emerging technologies. Delegates, I believe that you will explore also the role of citizen-generated data, administrative data systems, and how data is shared across government platforms such as e-citizen. The conference's technical session and exhibition, I believe, will also showcase innovation in Kenya's data ecosystem. As I come towards the end, I want to say that I take pride in the fact that the conference is a precursor to the Global Data Festive 2026 that will be, for the first time ever, be held in Kenya in June 2026, and is expected to host over 3,000 leaders and practitioners from government, multilaterals, the private sector, civil society, academia, and youth, etc. And the hosting of this international event to us as a government is an important milestone for the country as we continue to take our rightful position as the global leaders in data innovation and human-centered technology. Your Excellency, the Governor, and the distinguished guests, as now I conclude, I just want to say that 2025 Statistics Conference is marking a defining moment in strengthening our statistical systems and advancing the country's leadership in data innovation. So my call is, let us collectively commit to building a data ecosystem that is innovative, inclusive, ethical, well-resourced, and capable of supporting Kenya's development aspiration. Thank you very much. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished
I have no doubt that it will be shared among delegates, and they'll be able to see these very good remarks from the Council of Governors. Is that okay? Secondly, let me now come to my remarks. This organization, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, in my view, it ought to be the most important or one of the most important institutions of Republic of Kenya. The fact that it does not have the sufficient prominence is the best evidence why Kenya is not developed. Why do I say so? In other developed countries, if there's an organization that causes governments to fall, is the Bureau of Statistics of their respective countries. It is the one that makes government to get power or lose power. Why? I don't know whether those who are operating the machine can show us today's headline of our local dairies. Yes, if you have it, I would show you. You will see Kenyan politics is about personalities. No, the newspaper's headlines. I would want you to see that in better countries, the headline should be, what is the employment rate for the last 2 months? What is the GDP growth for the last 2 months? But here in Kenya, our headlines is about 1 term, 2 term. It is not about economic activity. And therefore, for me, I strongly believe we need to boost the prominence of this organization. You publish data showing what is jobs created at any moment. And therefore, for me, this is an indictment to the media. You should be highlighting more about the good work being done by Kenya Bureau of Statistics. Murang'a County, we have several programs that we are doing. I've been wondering, what is the impact of these programs? I can ask around people, but I don't think that's science. That's what we call anecdotal evidence. I've therefore written to this organization asking them, can you give me data telling me all these programs that I'm doing, which one has best practical outcome? Let me give you an example to show you the mismatch between the good work you do and the political life of this country. Can you take us to the data, the Kenya national, how Kenya has been developing for the last, yes, this one. This is Human Development Index. Report by United Nations Development Program for the last several years. It is comparing Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. So this is 1990. 1990. Now up to 2023. So one thing you will notice is Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. You can see where they were in 1990. But you come and see. Can you now look for Kenya between 2002 and now? Just Kenya 2002 and now. You will see Kenya in the year 2002. Yeah, 2002, the value in the year 2002. We were at, the value was 0.504. Up to 2012, it reached, it went up to 0.560. That is the fastest Kenya has grown in terms of Human Development Index. During the former president, Moi Kibaki. But people fought, and Kenya almost split up in the year 2007. That means Kenya was growing, but people are not noticing. I suspect it's because Kenya Bureau of Statistics, you never used to publish your data or explain your data. So people thought we are regressing, but we were actually developing. And therefore, for me, please, publish your data. Let people know more about you. Otherwise, people will be saying we are regressing when at times we are progressing. And therefore, I pray that this conference ought to be highlighted so that Kenyans understand the importance of economic data and decisions to be made on hard economic data. And therefore, I will take you in 2 minutes what we are doing in Murang'a and why we need the help from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to know, to see whether are we doing the right thing. I don't know. So, like now Murang'a, we have a program where we give 40,000 household free medical insurance. That translates to about 160,000 individuals. Continue. We have telemedicine, where we provide digital medical services to almost 30,000 patients with chronic ailments. Next, we have a mobile dialysis treatment unit, which moves from one medical center to another. We have been building several hospital infrastructure. Continue because of time, just skip there. In agriculture, we have provided a subsidy program for milk and mango farmers, where we give them input support, but through digitalized system, where they come and redeem. We have contract farming for sorghum, and also provision of certified maize seeds and also fertilizer. We provide lunch to our ECD learners, the 42,000 of them every day. We also do something called renovation of our ECD classes. Then, if you are in day school and you are number 1, whether Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, you don't pay fees. The county pays for you. Why? Because we believe day schools is where the poor people go. Next, is we do smart cities. That is, we do cabros for our markets and also tarmacking. We have also been solarizing our public facilities, including boreholes and medical facilities. Now we have a program for youth. If you're an employed young person, you have no job, we usually call you to a chief's camp. They do balloting. Whoever picks a ballot of a yes, we give him the work of cleaning our towns. Every day we pay you 400 shilling for 2 months. But 100 doesn't belong to you, it belongs to your mom or your father. And they don't work. Once they clean our towns after 2 months, we take them to village polytechnic to learn a trade. Whether some do tailoring, other, let's say, masonry. Then we pay for them NITA examination. Then thereafter, if you pass, we give you 15,000 as seed capital. Once one group exits, another one comes. Next, this is a park. We are doing an industrial park where we want to do build industries. We are attracting private sector to put up industry. But now the question to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Which is the most impactful program in terms of poverty alleviation? I don't know. You tell me. And that's what we want to know from you. That's the value we would want to get. To become a little bit more objective, we have decided to automate most of our services. I've seen one of the vision of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is to have more digitized data. And therefore, we came up with softwares in single business permit and other revenue streams. We digitized. Our revenue moved from 500 million per annum own source revenue on average per year to 1.3 billion as at June 30th, this financial year. Now, our hospitals are also digitized. Like now here you can see today how many patients are there. We have 5,338 patients. In the middle are the types of diseases that have taken people there. At the end is the money that we have collected in cash or the one that we claim from SHA. These are the lab tests done so far today in our various 160 medical facilities. Next is, this one is for our hospitals. They do procurement. We have developed an e-procurement system internally for our hospitals. Next one is counties, our role to give permission for anyone putting up a structure. So if you want building permission, you go into the internet and apply using this portal. This one is our county vehicles. They are fitted with a tracker. If we see you entering a bar, we just send a text and the vehicle starts. So we are able to know the speed at which you are traveling in and the route you are going into. This is the one for Inua Mkulima, the subsidy program. These are the kind of items they redeem. Next is complaints. People complain. So we use this system to track their complaints. This is for solarization. And next, now we have a new one for GIS. I have seen you have also put something for GIS. So previously, we never used to know where all these taxpayers or our public facilities, the kind of data they are deriving, their physical location. So we brought in GIS, and now we are able at least to know the physical location of all that now data sets, and several other software that the county has been making to align ourselves with the vision of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to get more and accurate data. And therefore, I will be asking Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to help counties develop some of these systems, analyze them to tell us which one do you think is the most impactful. And before I sit, I want to hear from the audience. Having heard, particularly the economists who are here, which one do you think has the best impact in terms of poverty alleviation? Let me hear. Can you pick one? Yeah, we can start with the PS. Among all those programs, in you, because we have several economists here, which one would you advise the county to upscale? You hear him?
Your Excellency, Governor, thank you very much. I said you are a mentor, and when I sit and listen to you, before this meeting, I charged my DG to put together a team and visit you, just to be able to learn on what you're doing, and probably that is the direction we need to take. Quickly to your question, as a trained M&E, I'll be doing this service to stand here and look at the presentation and quickly point to this and say that is impactful. I need to look at data, come to the ground, and then we will be able to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you for being evasive. My sister there, just a quick one, even if you are wrong. Yes, advice?
Thank you. I don't have any advice, but I would say that you would want to know which is most impactful over what period of time. So the education programs may take longer to show impact, whereas the subsidy programs for businesses may show a more immediate impact on poverty alleviation. But the impact over time of education may be greater. I don't know.
Can you clap for her? That's a better answer. There, next.
And that's Jenna Slotin. She's the interim CEO of the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data that's hosting the Data Festival next year. So there will be a partnership to showcase all
Any
this.
other comments from, yes, we hear him. Yeah. Behind there. Your name, your profession.
Your Excellency, I think the most impactful, according to me, is the subsidy to farmers. And of course, because farming is the backbone of this country. I believe if this country wants to fly, farming number one, farming number two, farming number three.
Another and final one. Yes, we hear there. Yes, him. There's a.
Let's have a lady.
Yes, a lady there. A lady
I've been
there.
accused. No,
Here,
I was not accused. It was the program.
Well, just to get very specific, and my name is Karen Bett from the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. I'm a health economist and a public finance economist, so I'll go for health. If you reduce the cost of healthcare for households, then you're saving the burden of, worrying about their children or their households, and focus on economic activity. On education as well, that takes a headache out of mothers, out of fathers, and that helps them to be more productive in the economy.
Yes, yes, we hear my boss here. Allow me hear the boss. He knows everything here. He's the expert.
Yeah, thank you so much, Your Excellency the Governor. It will be a disservice if I don't talk about your question. I'm a statistician by profession. And I happen to work in the Bureau where we look at all the sectors of the economy and in terms of their contribution to the economy and the impact that that is creating to the people. And so, when I listen to you, I would want to sit down with you, get to understand your objective. I'm starting from a point where, at one time, I was approached by the State Department for Devolution that we need to understand the impact of devolution. That time, it was barely 5 years down the line. And I said, that is not tenable. The impact should be observed over a period of time. We need a reasonable time for devolution to take effect for us now to get to measure its impact. And in fact, it has not been done. Now, it could be time for us to do that. Now, what I'm trying to tell you, there are many things that will come into play. After listening to you, we'll put all the instruments together, collect the data. There's the element of principal component analysis that will now be used to sieve everything, get to see what is more important and what is less important. Professor Gwanda is here. Professor Orua is here. They understand what I'm talking about. Where is Professor Orua? Yeah, they're here, actually. Professor Gwanda is here. They're here. And it is true that there are a number of minds here in this room that would be able to play around, not playing around, put that data in order to produce the correct statistics that will be able to inform you. So it is a process that cannot be concluded through the presentation before reasonable data is collected. But I appreciate so much what we are doing. In fact, I'm happy that actually when you walked in, I asked my colleague that have we developed the county statistical abstract for Muranga? And he told me that we are in the process, we have been having discussion with them because that is the starting point. We'll be able to sort you out. Thank you.
Yes, yes, one last gentleman there. So this will be the last one so that we close and we go for more boarding session. The last person.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Hilary Adolo. I am from Vihiga County, an economist by profession. First and foremost, mine is to appreciate Muranga County, having been among one of the counties that came to Vihiga County to benchmark on the use of GIS in development planning. I'm glad that they are using it to do their planning. I would say that the health program is the most impactful. Just through observation, you can be able to see that the governor has been able to invest in his people being able to access healthcare services. And he has also been able to follow up with another platform that helps him to see whether actually these people are receiving these services. You can be able to see there is a platform that shows the number of tests, the number of laboratory visits, the number of patients that have gone to the facilities in the county. And also now, in turn, it helps him to also track the on-source revenue that he generates from that particular investment he has put in the health sector. So my view is the health investment is the most impactful. Thank you so much.
So, thank you. My concluding remarks are simple. Every answer you have done is okay. What PS has said is perfect. What our boss has said is perfect. What everyone has said is perfect. That is why we have this conference. You will discuss all those issues. I wanted to bring out the whole logic of this conference. In the next 2 days, those are the issues, the processing, what is important, how to come up with good data. You will all discuss them and come to a good conclusion. So, in my final remark, the answer to that question, I put all those ideas to AI. Can you open Grok AI? And I asked them a question. Muranga County has done subsidy, it has done smart city. So can you tell us, can you show us here AI? We hear what AI says. And there's an AI that refused to answer, Meta AI. There's also another AI of Google AI, it refused. But Grok AI answered. I don't know whether you are ready. If you are not ready, Grok AI said that analyzing all those, the one it thinks is the most impactful one for 2 reasons. The scale. Because the number that benefit in that programs are 130,000 Yeah? And the impact is quite immediate. It's season to season. And the output reported is that previously, before we gave certified seeds, people used to get 2 bags or 1 bag of maize. But since certified and fertilizer came, it's now about 4 bags. So AI reported what? It reported maize fertilizer provision to be the most impactful. So you can ask AI the final question, and you put data, so Grok, and you put all that information, you'd be able to see according to AI. Thank you, and God bless you.
And the governor just said, hold on there. Ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, and we tend to overlook this, the most impactful is actually leadership. I know the governor is running away. I'm not going to make any more statements beyond that. Would like to take a photo with you. That's why we'll require the front line, please, to come to the front. We'll take a photo with the governor. I don't know if we can do it down here. Is that fine? There are not too many people. And then I'll make very quick announcements about where the lunch actually is. I can't remember stretching participants this hard in any conference in a long time without a break. So give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much for enduring and being resilient. Is that okay? Another round of applause for the governor. We are truly grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for lunch shortly. When we come back, we'll have one more panel session, and then we'll give you an opportunity to go into breakout rooms. And I've informed the PS and the governor, there's some booths at the back. So as you head out for lunch, please pay a courtesy call and see some of the work that's being done. So we'll have a panel discussion, and then we'll break into groups and come back for a plenary session. The VIP lunch is on the first floor. And I'm told for the rest of us, we'll be on the, is it third floor? Third floor, yes, third floor. There are 2 ways to access the third floor. There's 2 lifts, and you can wait for 20 minutes for everyone to get there, or you can simply walk up the stairs and stretch your legs. The choice is yours, but you might arrive with the lift and the lunch is over. So if we could walk up, that would be good. So for the VIPs, will be led or ushered to the first floor. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of that session. My sincere apologies for denying you a break. It was not intentional. The run of show would have been significantly disrupted if we had done the break. But we'll do better in the afternoon and tomorrow. It's been my privilege to moderate this session. My name is Davis Adieno, and see you in the afternoon. What time is it? It's 13:37, so we have roughly 30 minutes to eat and come back. Or I'll give you 45. So let's be here by 2:15. Thank you so much.
On statistics. And I will hand over to our moderator from the COG. I think all your panelists are here, so take it away. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am not sure we are together. Good afternoon. May I see by a show of hands who is here? Good. Thank you and karibuni sana to our session. We'll try and make it brief to redeem time. And it will be very specific to the particular session objective. We are basically here to look at lessons learned, best practices, and with me here is a team from the different counties. I know we have from the extreme end from, I'll just mention the counties. We have from Homa Bay, followed by Samburu, and then closely to Samburu is I have to get it right. Laikipia. And then I have from Bungoma, and close to me here is my colleague from Makueni County. For us this afternoon, one of the things we need to look at is how do we, just the opportunities within counties and how counties are exploring innovative ways. And actually also learn from the challenges they're experiencing in as far as data collection is concerned, and how this data is utilized specifically to inform policy. To start us off, I'll begin by just saying my name is Feather Dalitu from the Council of Governors, clarifying that it was mentioned that I come from UNICEF, but the works we've done with a number of counties here in as far as data and statistics and the development of county statistical abstract is concerned. I'll begin with my colleague from Makueni County. If you allow quickly, as they come on, they will take 30 seconds to introduce themselves, just so that you know what they exactly do at the respective counties. And in so doing, they will quickly just jump in also responding to specific questions in as far as their counties are concerned. I'll begin with my brother here from Makueni County. You may be aware that Makueni is one of the counties that has been consistent. Consistent means they have produced their data, the statistical abstract continuously. I know now, yesterday, Wasingishu tried to pull a tough one on you by coming ahead, by producing their latest. And so they're leading from the 4, but you've been consistent in the production of the same. How has your coordination been to enable the county to progressively improve the quality of that CSA, and how has the relationship between yourselves and the partners? Partners, I mean both the national government, looking at KNBS, and the different stakeholders, how has the contribution been towards strengthening the same? Because then data is not something that you can say you are doing it as an individual, as a county. I'll give you 5 minutes to do that, and then you could use part of the 30 seconds to introduce yourself. Karibu sana, CEO.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. My name is Mutua Boniface. I'm an economist and Chief Officer for Planning, Budget and Revenue in Makueni County. And thank you for your question in terms of the coordination for the county statistics. One of the starting point, we have a working memorandum of understanding with Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in terms of supporting the county capacity in producing these data and statistics, and that has contributed in our consistency in production of these data. Secondly, part of the working arrangement, we have a working mechanism or a forum where we have brought together the heads of department from the national government, the county government, and all of them working together also with the partners that are working with us. And also specifically to point out, we've worked with the SDGs Kenya Forum in terms of strengthening the generation of these data, and especially the citizen-generated data that was talked about. And we are in the process of preparing a citizen-generated data strategy, again, still working with the partners on that. So part of this has been effective coordination mechanism at the local level with the county statistical officer at the county level, and working together with a forum to bring together all the data producers. And this has given results and outputs in terms of the consistency by the departments as they prepare these data and generate data in the process of providing the services. So this has been quite instrumental in that. And second, in terms of also what has been critical for success factor for that is innovation and digitization of our services. Most of this data that is administrative data, through innovation and digitization, we are able to get this data from the working systems. For example, the healthcare system, as we digitize that system, we are able to get data on a real-time basis. As, again, like in agriculture sector, we have digitized and automated the extension services. So as the extension officers are providing services, they are able to get that data, so that we don't wait until we are producing the data to collect this data from the departments. Yes.
Thank you. Can we give him a clap, please? Just reinstating the importance of having collaborations, and he's spoken to collaborations with the KNBS and other partners coming in, including the SDGs Forum. I'll quickly jump to my colleague from Bungoma, Metrin. You've been leading the county in the development of specific plans, including the CIDP. Maybe it's important from that angle you let us know just how has that informed programming? The data at county level, how has it informed programming for your county? And how useful has it been, especially when it goes to the implementation of specific programs at a county level? Not just from the CIDP, but coming all the way to the ADP. To you, Metrin.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Bungoma County. My name is Metrin Chonge. I'm the Director, Economic Planning, and also in charge of statistics. So Bungoma has done well in CIDP preparation. I would like to give thanks to UNFPA, our partners. They give us a lot of capacity building in population integration in development of our CIDP. And that was very important because it helped us come up with setting up of targets that was very realistic. And we thank them for that, together with our professors from the University of Nairobi. So data in Bungoma, we have managed to put together a statistical unit that is functional, with a head and staff that have been posted there, with just a few teething problems of capacity on the part of staff and also tools required to collect data. Otherwise, we have hit the ground running. I believe we are the next county to produce a statistical abstract very soon as we do our midterm reviews of the CIDP. Thank you.
Thank you, Metrin. I'm glad you're on the journey there, but I think you will also, you're sitting next to Makueni, who've been doing this. I will quickly jump to Alex. Alex, like Kipia, how have you been leveraging technology? Just don't look at it in terms of the data and as far as planning, but beyond that, how have you leveraged technology? I know we've known like Kipia for many other things, but just bringing it to the fore. Tell your story.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, participants.
Good afternoon to you.
In terms of referencing technology, I would say it is an area we have not actually gotten deeper to, because we normally design templates for data collection. So in terms of technology is an area we are looking to build the capacities as we go on. But I would say we have been consistent in producing the annual CSA, because currently we are doing our 8th one. Since 2018, we have been consistent, despite most of the processes being manual. But now, I think going forward, it is an area we are likely going to look into how we can use the digital systems to assist in data collection, analysis, and also compilation. So to say in terms of technology, I think we are lagging behind, but we are looking forward to building capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. I like the fact that we are being vulnerable in saying gaps of areas where we really need to improve or actually pull up our socks. And I'm glad that he's pulled out technology, because we can't run away from that. It's a reality. We must ask ourselves, what are the creative ways of collecting data? I will go to my brother from Samburu. Kennedy, Samburu County is yet, right? I'm right in saying Samburu County is yet to produce their CSA, right? However, there are all efforts towards ensuring that this happens. Remember, data and statistics are a concurrent function. So we expect that counties are producing data for planning. What are some of the challenges that you think, from your own experience, actually hinder counties from collecting this data and producing the required CSA?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
I'm Kennedy Machuku from Samburu County Government. I work with the economic planning. The story of CSA in Samburu, it took us close to 6 years, with 4 years being of planning. It has been a long journey. And some of the challenges that we face is that as a county, we don't have a statistical unit or a statistical department. It took the initiative of the county to assign the statistical function to a department.
And I want to thank the KNBS people. They came, they trained us, and as we are talking now, we have a CSA up to the 2024, and we are planning to add this year, the 2025, before the end of the year. So another challenge is the issue of funding. Funding, the CSA itself as a process requires a lot of funding. And because of the competing priorities, it's hard for leaders to allocate funds for CSA. And I will urge the COG kindly, if possible, organize sensitization for our leadership so that they understand the importance of this CSA and the impact it will have on their decision. Another challenge is that as we did our CSA, we realized that counties have a lot of data. But the problem is this data is in hard copies. They are in our desktop. Even some of our officers did not know that what they have is data. So I will urge it took us a lot of time to try to clean this data and consolidate. So I still urge the KNBS through the CSOs and the department responsible for statistics in all the counties, if it's possible, let's have a county statistics work team with a clear TOR, whereby we focus on the county statistics. Instead of us waiting for the CSA for us to start working on our statistics, let it be a continuous process, whereby when it gets to the point that we need a CSA, it's just consolidating. It will save us on time and a lot of resources. I think that's all.
Thank you so much. I think there will be the next one online in as far as launching is concerned. If you attended the one for Wasingishu, which is my neighboring county, yesterday, so I can quickly just say probably the next invitation would be the one for Samburu, and we look forward to that, and we hope that would be then the trend moving forward. I'll jump to Homa Bay. We know you come from the Bay of Potentials, endless potentials, and when you walked around during the Devolution Conference, one of the things that we came across was a statistical abstract that had been produced in partnership with KNBS. Maybe just a brief of how it took you, because I think you are one of the counties that took the shortest time to develop the CSA. What triggered that?
Thank you, Eunice. My name is Harriet, as rightfully mentioned. I'm from Homa Bay. And I would like to comment on the time we took for doing the CSA. I want to make a comment on the leadership as a very important factor in doing the CSAs. And our entry, they came down to sign an MOU with our cabinet. And I think that gave us a lot of push because almost all the cabinet members had the CSA in their PCs. So it was a deliverable for all of them, and it gave us a lot of support to be able to complete it in that time. And also the MOU enabled us to work closely with the KNBS team. I think it was almost after every 2 weeks they were in Homa Bay. And in case they were not there, we would join them where they were. So I think the collaborativeness between us and them really enabled us to achieve it within that time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will just quickly just go back and start at the very end with you from Makueni, not from Makueni, from Homa Bay. You've mentioned about leadership being central to the production of CSS, and speaking just to the fact that if the leadership owns the process, then it becomes easier. What about the financing?
For our case,
Yes.
once the leadership bought it, the resources were allocated.
Wow. So that tells us something different. And let me come back to Samburu, because I'm coming in just then we make some of the conclusions on what of some of the things we're looking out for. For Samburu, you'll be launching your CSA for the first time. You are sitting here and there's a county that has never produced one. What is the biggest hurdle that you think they should conquer for them to get where you are today?
Finances.
Finances.
Yeah. I think finance is the biggest hurdle that they should conquer.
Good.
Yeah.
Laikipia, you've been at this again and again. What would you do differently, given an opportunity? I know you're almost doing the next one. You're releasing the next one. Let's look at the future. What would you do differently?
I think we'll explore now digitization and also creating some dashboards in our website for easier access of the data. Because over the years, we have improved our CSA to include more data sets and also wide sectors coverage to respond to different or emerging planning needs. So, as I said earlier, the area of technology is one which we have not actually of our production. So that is where we are looking forward to having more digitization to assist us in data collection and also analysis. And also embed that in our website for easier access, because although we do the dissemination widely, most of it we disseminate the hard copies and also we publish or we upload the finalized product in our county website. So going forward, we are looking more into digitization to make it efficient in terms of data production. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bungoma, you are on the journey there, on your way there. What would catapult you now? You've been, of course, you've had partners, and there's everything needed towards seeing that happening. I know we have even a model statistical policy. There's a model, the guidelines for developing one. What would you do differently to make you get there? Yes, even with the support you already have from partners.
Okay. So for Bungoma, we are somewhere. We are happy with that, but we still have a journey, especially on capacity building. Our staff were very far, and data quality was an issue. So capacity building, we are still cleaning on that, and also tools to collect data. We need to leverage on technology to improve on data collection, processing, storage, and sharing. That we are doing, we are working on it. Nowadays we are using ODK, we are also using other ways of doing it, and we are seeing an improvement in data quality. The first time we tried, we received all types of inconsistencies, and we had to redo it again. That's how we delayed. So I think just capacity for both data producers and handlers, and technology will do it for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Metrin. Coming to my brother Boniface from Makueni, and like we've said before, many times when we make reference to Makueni, we have a lot of fasts and a lot of things that are happening in the county. And just coming specifically to the data you've been producing, and you affirm that you've done this annually, to a county that is, let me say, for example, to Samburu who are producing their first one, and they want to do a third, fourth, fifth, what kind of, just draw a frame for them of what kind of structure should they look out for so that they don't make the mistakes, because we are here to share experiences and learn from each other. What would you draw for them as a plan? Look out for such a 1, 2, 3, so that then you're able to succeed. Yeah.
Thank you. I think part of the investment that has to go into to ensure that you have a working data system is having a proper coordination, a framework that will begin with. I've seen where some of the counties we've established a statistics unit or even established a statistics directory that will be able to play the coordination role. The second component is it's not just enough to produce this data. We will need to see that this data is utilized, and utilized in terms of informing resource allocation. Because we've seen, for example, in Makueni, where the ward is a basic planning unit in terms of budget, participatory budgeting. And in the process of engaging the citizens, how this data is structured, because majority of the data based aligning to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics framework, where we have data to the sub-location level. So engaging the citizens and having the citizens understand this data and utilize the data in decision making. For instance, when you're doing public participation, not just citizens highlighting what they require or the projects that they need, but utilizing this data to understand which villages are not served with water, which villages are not served with health facilities. And these will actually ensure that decision making in terms of resource allocation is guided by that particular data. And the other bit, although was spoken about, is resource allocation and providing resources for this. Because for us to get correct data, we need to have investment in capacity, training. Even in those line departments, have statisticians and economists supporting the departments in terms of data collection. And this will go in a long way, ensuring that the process of producing the data is owned by the departments and also the usage by the respective departments.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to redeem time so that those who had missed out on a number of things would actually utilize the same. A number of things are coming out. Number one, of course, we have, and somebody who has mentioned that the counties have established county statistical units, and we have those that have not. So what does it mean to establish a statistical unit? It's one of those things that probably, even as we look out to supporting and working with counties in data production, is what we should be asking ourselves, because then if you don't have the right structure, right systems, right personnel, we will still have the same challenges. And then, of course, there's an issue that is coming out, knowledge sharing and learning. This is an opportunity, and thank you to KNBS for allowing that we have an opportunity to share. Because then if counties are able to share learn and meet each other and learn, a lot will happen. A good example is Homa Bay. I think Homa Bay was in a sitting and another county was launching their plan, and their governor was asking of where their CSA was, and out of that, they were able to launch their CSA. So what does that tell us? Leadership is core, especially where data and statistics and utilization for decision making is concerned. So as we look at it, how do we bring that out? Budgeting and planning with data is crucial. I know all counties develop their CIDPs, but then the question we ask ourselves, in this country at such a time, we collect data and we make meaning out of them 10 years later. Do we need to do that when data and statistics are concurrent function? I don't think we should get there. When the PS was speaking, one of the things that came out was there's need to go to local level to get data. And I was asking myself, we have these counties. If counties have the data and working together with KNBS, it should make it easier for us to have the national data requirement available. Innovation becomes a challenge again. We're still facing that challenge of innovation and use of technology. There's a story that we keep hearing about a chief in Nakuru who used to use his phone to actually track bandits and people who are stealing livestock. And if that happened several years ago, how much more today when we have a lot of information at our fingertips? How many Kenyans have phones? How are we utilizing that? And then, of course, and nobody has spoken to this, but linkages and partnership is core, and noting that the populations that we have is youthful. The governor who spoke this morning has utilized youthful populations to do some of the innovation that they've done around data collection. Of course, the question would be then, how do we pull out that data and ensure that then it's making meaning and informing policy? To my panelists, I will give us each 1 minute to just say, if you were given a moment today to say what you would want us to do differently as a county, speaking to your county, what we would want done differently to enhance the utilization of data and setting up of systems that will enable us have data that informs decision making. What would that be? I will start from you at the very end from Homa Bay. Please, the floor is yours.
I forgot to mention that one of the reasons we did our CSA so well was we had help of Makueni and Laikipia.
Nice.
We went to benchmark, so most of their hurdles, they already taught us how to handle them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and as to what would like to be done, I think to improve the statistics in the county, we are working with their institutions here, partners like Open Institute, who are supporting counties to develop data desks, something similar to what Governor Irungu Kangata presented here, that it can have the two faces, the citizen aspect and the government aspect. And this enables us to have standardized methods of data collection, analyzation, and so forth. And it's easier to develop a dashboard when you already have a data desk. So you don't have to replicate from your hard copy statistical abstracts to that. So I think if we all embrace the data desk aspect, and it enables even the citizens to see what you're doing and participate better in the CSAs. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, my brother from Samburu.
Okay, on the part of Samburu, I think I'll go the way Omab is going by giving us a case of Samburu. This year, Samburu, we took an initiative whereby we collect data and mapped all our projects from, that's before devolution and during devolution, both the county, the national, and the partners. The idea is we want to develop a data repository within the county headquarters so that when stakeholders come to the county and they want to invest or to do anything in the county, they'll have a place whereby they can come and access data for the county. And we saw the need of it because we wanted a situation where we avoid duplication of projects. That is because we usually see that a partner comes and do a project where a county has already done the same project. And then the reason for data repository was that we wanted to identify where a need is so that we can focus our resources to that direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My brother from Laikipia, please.
Okay. In Laikipia, I think our focus will be to enhance data use in planning and in budgeting. We're also looking at having a repository in our county website for easy access. And over the years, we have not been doing the popular version. So we are looking forward to also embark on doing, after we complete the main document, we also do a popular version to enhance dissemination and usage. Because even though we publish annual CSS, usage, not many sectors are using the data. But for us in economic planning, we have been using to support preparation of our key policy documents. But in terms of usage in other sectors, is also low. So we are looking to build capacities actually in collaboration with KNBS, so that now the usage of the data can also improve across the sectors. Thank you.
Asante sana. Yes, Metrin.
Yes, for Bungoma, I also forgot to mention that we signed an MOU with KNBS, and we are grateful for the training they gave us and the support they continue to give us. We have 236 villages in Bungoma, and we purposed to use our village admins, who are our staff, to help us collect data. I think that's the model the national government wishes to use, and we have rolled it out, and that's why we came across some hurdles. Some of them don't even have those smartphones, and so on. They also needed to understand about the need for quality data, not sitting down to fill in the responses. We tried to standardize the formats, but we realized some of them were cheeky. Maybe they didn't understand the importance of giving us the data as is. And so that is why we need staff capacity building for them to understand the importance of giving us the data that we wish to have. Once the village admins are onboarded and qualified, I think Bungoma will be very good to go. So technology will come in, yes, but their mindset must change. They must learn to give correct, accurate data. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you. I think my final remarks are the need to leverage on technology and innovation. Because in 5 years' time, on 18th November 2030, as we celebrate the Africa Statistics Day that time, we will have a question whether we have attained Sustainable Development Goals, our Kenya Vision 2030, and one of the possible outcomes is that we will not have achieved it, or we will have reasons why we have not achieved it. But the danger is that we may not have adequate data to support either of that possible outcome. So I think the opportunity lies in leveraging on technology to get data to support our development, and this will ensure that if we are able to track data from every village, once every village has attained sustainable development goals, every county will have attained, and the entire nation will have attained. So there is no way we're going to attain Kenya Vision 2030 SDGs when one of the counties has not attained that particular development outcome. So the real challenge lies in adopting technology and innovation in statistics and managing data.
Good. Thank you so much for that. I think we will leave it at that, but I think before we close it will just be courteous to get either 2 or 3 maximum comments or questions from the delegates here today. Any questions to a specific county so that we don't close you out? It's not counties speaking to themselves. If there's no hand up, count of 3, 1. There's 1 here. Oh, I was about just to say close. Okay, Karibu, please.
Thank you, Madam. My name is Davis. I wanted to ask a question about Bungoma County, where Madam has said that we have got 236 villages, and the village admins are the one who are supposed to assist them to get the data from the ground. So what I wanted to ask, or maybe to give an input, is that why is the county communication section or unit not trying to buy some gadgets, like the way you have said that they don't have smart mobile phones? Why can't they buy the mobile phones so that they can give those village elders so that they can use those phones to get data from the ground? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Don't respond as yet. There was a hand right here in front, please.
So just one more.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
I really sympathize with these fellows at the governor's level. Bila pesa iko kazi itafanyika?
Kuna.
Eh? I know you suffer a lot. I think let's be very realistic. At the county level, all this depends on the governor's whim. Sini kweli? So, as much as you are talking about statistics and how to be done, I think when a DG, don't know how we can capture their cases through as you are revising the statistical work, then we see how it can be cascaded so that it is funded. Number 2, even in terms of staffing, mumeweko pale chini tu huko kando kando. Si ni kweli? I know. I live in those counties. So this is something else I don't know how we can help in terms of getting that. Maybe you can talk to the COG, the Council of Governors, so that this critical office is also taken care of. That's a general comment, that you people all depends on the governor. Kisema hakuna gari leo, kwisha. So mnakaa namna hiyo. So let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think because of time, I will stop there and just close by mentioning that, remember, we were shown a dashboard this morning on SDG tracking. The realization of those SDGs is pegged on how well the counties report. Remember, most of the SDGs are implemented at the subnational level, at the county level. So the national report will basically reflect what we have reported at this level. So what am I asking? I'm calling us to action to basically support counties in ensuring that they collect data and utilize data and they report well, and that data is substantiated, and we ensure that we have quality data that makes meaning and informs decision making. Thank you. Please, I request you clap for my panel, please. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. A job well done on that panel, and truly, truly, the heavy lifting of the implementation of all these brilliant ideas, like Mzee says, really lies on the onus of the leadership of the county leadership. So it becomes quite a bit of a challenge. But we thank you for the wealth of ideas and the information given out from your counties. It's inspiring also to know that there's quite a lot of synergy between counties and collaborations as we benchmark and learn from each other. Dear delegates, we have a panel that's very important before we go to our final breakaway sessions. And I know that we have been sitting for a while, but I would request that we keep sitting and just listen to the next conversation on transition from traditional census to population-based registers. May I welcome this coming in panel led by our moderator, Tapiwa Jamba, the data advisor to the UNFPA. Your panel has representation from the Civil Registration Service. Please come forward. Registration from the Integrated Population Registration System. Representation from the National Registration Bureau. And representation from the Directorate of Immigration Services. Welcome, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And representation from Statistics Sweden. Welcome, please take your spaces. Thank you, Tapiwa. We know that you will manage this very extremely important panel in exactly 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll try my best.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. As the panel settles, she has already introduced what the panel session is about. You may be surprised, but I think it's important just that we get a more holistic framing. You know, globally, we are witnessing a slow but steady transitioning of the types of censuses that countries are conducting. From the 2000 round, the 2010 round, the 2020 round, an increasing number of countries are either conducting the whole census based on registers or are combining. They are using some information from the registers for census purposes. And looking at the 2030 round, we are actually anticipating that more and more countries will do the same. Surprisingly also, you may think that such a transition is far for African countries, but it's actually not the case. We actually have a number of NSOs that are very actively interested in understanding what they can do in order to also use some kind of data from administrative registers for census purposes. I just thought the framing is necessary so you understand why we are talking transition to census, but we are discussing the administrative registers. So without wasting any more time, my panel, please allow me to fire a few questions in your direction, and we will see how this goes. Let me start with, and then my computer decides to go off. Okay. Let me start off with Mr. Samuel Lucano from Civil Registration Service. How is the Civil Registration Service strengthening the completeness and quality of birth and death registration to support the development of a continuous population register? Please, let's try and address that in less than 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to introduce myself first. My name is Samuel Lucano, Director, Civil Registration. Thank you, Moderator. I want to note that the continuous improvement of civil registration is significant in capturing data and also capturing these events. Some of the things that I want to note that we have done to improve this is integration. We are trying to do integration in civil registration by trying to digitize most of our services. Members, you'll notice that most of our services have been manual, but we have tried hard to try and digitize our services. You'll notice that most of birth, over 80% of birth occurs in health facilities. through this realization, we are trying to integrate ourselves with Ministry of Health so that we ensure that birth which occurs there is captured. And when it's captured, we share with the IPRS, which is Integrated Population Registration System. Another thing that we are trying to do is to expand. You know, in Kenya, there is what we call community-based registration system. We are using assistant chiefs to capture birth which occur in the communities. But we have realized assistant chiefs only, they are not enough. We are therefore trying to expand that aspect, particularly in ASAL areas. ASAL areas here means arid and semi-arid areas, and these areas are hard to reach. And therefore, we are trying to expand the system to involve community health workers to help us capture this birth. And also, we are trying to improve quality of statistics. I mean, quality of statistics we have. We have developed a standard procedure that is actually uniform across the country. And this is actually going to help us capture quality data and share with the IPRS. And also, we, at the end of every year, we prepare what is known as Kenya Vital Statistical Report, and we do this in collaboration with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Indeed, when you look at the current KVSA report, is of high quality because of our collaboration with the KNPS and United Nations Population Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good to note the collaboration between the departments. My next question is to Ms. Judy Kilobi Otieno from the Integrated Population Registration System. Madam, maybe you can introduce yourself first, and then you can respond to my question, which is, how is IPRS advancing the integration of data from multiple administrative and civil registration systems towards establishing a unified, continuous population register? And then what progress has been achieved so far? Over to you.
Thank you very much, our moderator, and good afternoon, participants. My name is Judy Kilobi Otieno, has been introduced. I'm the Secretary, Integrated Population Registration System. And for those who can't and who do not understand that, in simple, we call it the National Population Register. Having been established in 2008 and officially launched by the Head of State in 2015, the IPRS has made several steps towards integration of the population registration systems in the country. As a National Population Register, we are supposed, with our responsibilities, to create and maintain a register of all Kenyans and foreign nationals resident in Kenya, first of all, as a single source of truth on identity of these Kenyans and the foreign nationals in the country. It is actually an electronic database that allows for access and integration with agencies. And we draw our data from the primary registration agencies. We have the civil registration services, which registers births and deaths. They are integrated with the IPRS. Therefore, once they do that, the information is transmitted to the register. We also draw our data from the National Registration Bureau. Once they have registered Kenyans and issued them with IDs, that data, we are integrated with the IPRS. The data is transmitted real time to the IPRS. The immigration services also, when they issue Kenyans with passports, and they also register the foreign nationals in terms of residents who are coming to work in Kenya or stay in Kenya. That data is also integrated to the IPRS, and we have all the data. We also get the data from the refugees. The refugees who are resident in Kenya have been registered, and the data sits with us. Apart from that, we are also integrated with the secondary agencies. And these are basically the users of the data that we have in the IPRS. Our primary responsibility is to support the digital transformation agenda for the government. And how we do it, we are offering integration with all the people who are offering services to the Kenyans so that they are able to verify the identities of these Kenyans before they offer them services. That is what we call due diligence. So all the most MDS in government are integrated with the IPRS. We have all the telecos, including these big Safaricom, Airtel, they are connected to the IPRS. All insurance companies are connected. We also have the banks connected to the IPRS. Employment agencies, including the Public Service Commission of Kenya, the National Police Service, the TSC, are all integrated into the IPRS. So therefore, before they offer you services, they normally actually verify from the IPRS. And for the government MDS, we don't charge that. But for the private sector, we have the private sector financing of the integrated population registration system, whereby we charge them for every hit when they are seeking for verification from our services. And we have over 560 agencies who are currently integrated to the population register. And what we are doing at the moment is trying to raise the coverage for the registration completeness for births and deaths so that we have a full register for integration and usage by all the agencies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting the National Population Register, because when we talk or we think about the use of administrative data for census purposes, the population register is very central. For the population register to function as it is supposed to, it also depends now on the unique identifiers. So allow me to pose my next question to Dr. Christopher Wanjau from the National Registration Bureau. Doctor, how is NRB advancing the standardization and adoption of unique personal identifiers to facilitate seamless data linkage across Kenya's population databases?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. That's a very good question. And as it has been said by my colleagues, we are working toward integrating with other registration systems, that is the civil registration system and the population register. And as you are aware, all Kenyans who are above 18 years of age are issued with a national identity card. And as National Registration Bureau, we keep a register of all Kenyans. And currently we have a register of about 34 million Kenyans who have been issued with identity cards, that is from 1978. In the year 2023, the government introduced the National Digital Identity System, which now brought together 3 key departments. That is the Civil Registration System, National Registration System, the Integrated Population Registration Services, and of course the Refugee Department. And the common denominator that links the 3 institutions was the introduction of the unique personal identifier. So for those Kenyans who are already 18 years and above, we adopted their ID number, the current ID number, 8 digits, 7 digits, and the other odd ID numbers as unique personal identifier. But for those from November 1st, 2023, those Kenyans who are turning 18 years and above, we introduced a random 9-digit ID number, or the unique personal identifier. We also developed a system of generating that unique personal identifier, which is now a common system that is being used by civil registration. So this means that when the child is born, he is issued with the same 9-digit number, and already the civil registration services, they are piloting on that system in Nairobi, and eventually they will be able now to roll out that system across the country. So that for those with the birth certificate number, you know, initially when they were issuing civil registration, when they used to issue the birth certificate, they used to have birth registration number. So that has been changed to, and now the unique personal identifier, UPI, has been, is now the number that is being issued at birth. So once you get now to 18 years, that will now be your ID, your ID number, and it will be your lifelong number moving forward. So we are already now integrating our systems using the UPI, and even at the point of issuance of death certificate, we are also linking with civil registration, so that once a death certificate has been issued through that unique identifier, that is also linked to the National Registration Bureau database, so that we are also able now to remove dead persons in our register. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The unique identifier, I think, is one of the most critical elements to be able to connect the person in the different registers. But allow me now to pose my next question to Dr. Opon from Immigration Services. What opportunities exist for integrating immigration and border management data into Kenya's civil registration and population systems to enhance migration statistics and demographic monitoring?
Thank you very much, moderator. As you heard, my name is Dan Opon, the Director of Immigration, also in charge of National Coordination Mechanism on Migration that brings together a multi-agency outfit that coordinate migration governance in the country. So far as your question is concerned, we adopt a very robust data governance framework. As you know, our mandate is to issue travel documents. That is part of our mandate, including passports and other travel documents, including conventional travel documents that we issue in collaboration with the Directorate of Refugee Services. We also rely on primary data from other sister departments that include the civil registration, the NRB, among other departments. We also issue foreign nationals certificates. We register all foreigners coming into the country. But to come to your question, we adopt robust governance framework that formal data sharing, which lawfully and transparently and for specific purposes that enhances compliance with the Data Protection Act and ensuring that every data sharing agreement is governed by clear legal frameworks. We embed privacy by design principle, a system that should integrate encryption, user authentication, role-based access, and anonymization and audit trails to safeguard personal data. That integration also strengthens interoperability through secure platforms using secure advanced passenger information system and control data exchanges that ensure only that required data is shared. That integration system also enhances institutional accountability with regular data protection assessments, staff training, and compliance audits that help maintain high standard of data governance. we engage the public, transparent communication about how data is collected, used, and protected. You know, we adopted the electronic travel authorization system that collect a lot of data from people who seek entry into the country. And we also run transiting from coordinated border management to integrated border management system that ensure that we get advanced information of passenger that is very important for the national security of the country. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I think let's also get to learn a little bit about, from Mr. Peter Nilsson, Statistics Sweden, on the Swedish experience. Mr. Nilsson, my question is, what lessons can Kenya draw from Sweden's journey in developing a continuous population register based on integrated administrative data? Over to you.
Yes, thank you, moderator. Yes, my name is Peter Nilsson. I'm been based here in Kenya for this is my 5th year, working together with KMBS at the head office here in Nairobi. Yes, so my background as a statistician and economist is not at all related to census. I think no one in Statistics Sweden is related to census because we haven't been doing a census since last one was 1990. But I'm hearing today from colleagues here that I think you have the kind of right ways that we started that for many years ago. For the Swedish experience is it's a bit different from most countries. I mean, it's the same in UK and US and most countries in Europe as well, that they're still doing census with interviews and questionnaires to the households directly on the ground. But we have a fully registered census, if you can call it census even, because we don't really do census. But what we have is this registered based, we can call it base registers, and we have the first one, the most important one is probably the population register, and that is handled by the tax authority or the revenue authority in Sweden. They have a very strong position in our society. So everyone, just as you explained, when you're born, you get the personal identification number based on the date you were born, and also some 4 extra digits. So you can read some information from this number. And of course, if you die, you have to quit this number. And also migrants are also in this system. Everyone to be living in the society of Sweden needs to have this personal identification number. So if we go back to the census thing, sometimes we do some census-like, some census style-like thing, reporting to the European Union, and then it's we need to kind of get the same information basically like the normal census contains. So then we start with the population register from the tax authority, and we take a snapshot from a specific day, usually the last day of the year. And then we combine this with the other base register we have for the apartments and housing. So that is also one of the base registers in Sweden. So we combine these 2 registers. We can also combine it with the education register and also with the income register from the tax authority. So that is the kind of exercise that we do then, and it's about couple of days of computing for maybe a couple of people. So that is, of course, the benefits from this register-based census is many. Can maybe list 4 at least. The first is, of course, the cost efficiency. I mean, if I remember right, the last Kenyan census from 2019 was something like 19 billion shillings. So that's quite a big difference, of course. And the other one is the burden from going out to collecting all this data. That is not it's a silent census that no one noticed. No one in Sweden even know what the census is. And the third one is, of course, the timeliness and the punctuality. We can basically do a census anytime if you want, and it takes maybe we can do it monthly if you want to, or maybe even daily. And the last one is, I think, also important, the quality aspect, because it's no no sampling errors and that kind of thing. Is of course quality issues with all registers as well. We have to be maintaining them, but it's probably higher quality with these ones. So I think there's many advantages to start building registers, but of course it's a political thing as well. You need to be long term and build this with a lot of political will, and also the kind of government citizen relations is of course key for building registers. Who will hold their register and who can be trusted in the society. So that is key factors, of course. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm going to change my script a little bit, and I will ask my panelists to take a minute or so to share anything that they think is pertinent. And then in the meantime, once that is done, I will invite the DG, KNBS, to share with us his perspectives on Kenya's pathways towards a modern integrated population data ecosystem. So let's start with my panelists, the one closest to me. Just if there's anything that you really want the people to know, please go ahead. 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. I want to note that in Kenya, we are trying to ensure that systems talk to each other. And we have strategies, that is data interoperability. We are ensuring that we come up with a legal system. You know, all these things are anchored on a legal system. Therefore, in Kenya, we are coming up with a revised legal regime that will enable the Department of Civil Registration to ensure that the data we produce is actually shared among ourselves. We realize that as we enter into digital system, we will not operate unless the legal regime has been changed to be in tandem with the digital transformation. And therefore, in this department, we are also coming up with policies that will direct us on how to share data. In Kenya, we have data protection system. And therefore, with this review of the legal mandate, we will have mechanism of sharing data, and this will help us share this data and help all other other departments in the government to get this data without struggle. And finally, my colleague, Dr. Wanjao, spoke about unique number. This is one of the things that we are going to use to ensure interoperability of data in this Department of Civil Registration. When we achieve, the time we achieve a complete digitization, we are going to link Department of Civil Registration using UPI. This UPI will be issued at birth and indeed retired at the death. When somebody dies, we retire the record. And this will help us ensure that there is no fraud, there is no identity fraud. Because in most of the developing countries, we notice that there is a lot of identity fraud. And this will help us minimize that crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for highlighting the issues related to the legal and policy frameworks. Ms. Judy, please, over to you for your final words.
I just want to highlight the issue of ensuring transparency, privacy, and protection of citizen data, because you realize that as a national population register, we have a lot of citizen data. And therefore, it's our responsibility to ensure that we build public trust in the citizens, in the way we manage our data and the way we share it, and also how we protect it. And this one has been done through robust legal frameworks. We have the Kenya Citizens and Foreign Nationals Management Service Act that spells how the data is supposed to be shared. We also have the Data Protection Act, We have the Access to Information Act and also the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act. And another thing is how the public accesses information is very critical. It helps them to understand how that information is being utilized. So through the use of our websites and also the social media, we inform the public what we do and also respond to some of the questions. And we also ensure their rights are safeguarded in terms of the rights to their own data, how they can correct or delete the data, because this one is provided for in the Constitution of Kenya, Article 35. We also ensure there is data minimization, and it's just for purposes for which an agency is asking to utilize the data. So we sign MOUs, and our data is only a read-only. You cannot copy it, you cannot replicate it. And because we are at the center of integration, we've ensured that we have high-level cybersecurity defenses so that we don't lose our data or so that we are not hacked. We are in an era where systems are being hacked. We prevent access by having also authorized personnel who are able to access the data even within the department, the directorate itself. And then we've also carried out the data protection impact assessment, just to be able to identify the potential areas and we've been able to do mitigation over the same. In this case, we've even done, we have set up a data recovery site for our data just in case, to be prepared just in case there's an issue with the primary site. We have a data protection, the data recovery site, which is now up, and we can continue our services. We also ensure we guarantee confidentiality to the citizens and engage stakeholders in the way we use our data so that we are also on the same page and they are able to appreciate why we need to ensure that the citizen data is actually protected. And we also build trust in the kind of data that we have, ensuring that we have quality data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Data security is really central. Let me give the opportunity to Dr. Wanjau. Any final words, please? 1 minute, please remember.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just talk about the need to have complete data, because when you look at the coverage, like now for the national registration, in some areas we are as low as maybe 70%. So we have a population of even 30% without documents, so they are not accounted for. The same case with refugees. We may have some that are not yet documented and foreigners. So as a department, we are working towards ensuring that all Kenyan citizens and all those who are supposed to be registered are in the register, so that we can have a complete register of 100% population, and that will now help us in terms of planning and other processes. And to do that, we, as National Registration Bureau, we are implementing a live capture unit or mobile registration unit, which we are now deploying in all hard-to-reach areas, those ASO areas, just to ensure that we are able now to bridge the gap in terms of registration in those areas, to bring it up to like other regions where we are doing over 95%. So that will be very critical, so that as you use or we continue using this register, we have a complete register of all Kenyans and ensuring that all of them are properly documented. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Dr. Opon, any final words from your side?
Thank you, moderator. Most administrative data collected among government agencies are quite interrelated. So I call upon government agencies to adopt collaboration, partnership in data collection, data analysis and dissemination and sharing. And there should also be a framework of data sharing between the state actors and non-state actors, because those data serve the entire population. So data which is not shared is data that probably will not achieve its purpose. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Mr. Nilsson, any final pieces of advice you would like to share based on the Swedish experience, please?
I can start by copying last speaker. I think sharing data is the key for Kenya. I think that's a challenge going forward in many areas. And I noticed also the quite great amount of administered data in Kenya or in counties, but not in use and maybe in the wrong format and has a bit of work to do with it. But there is data there and the possibilities are in place. I mean, the government agencies need to, of course, cooperate in a long-term basis with the regulation and so forth. I mean, if you have a basis of a population register with ID numbers, we also maybe, if you're talking about the population housing census, then it's also needed for apartments and housing. I haven't really seen the way forward there, and also other kind of possibilities with censuses that is possible. I mean, we have a census of establishment in many countries as well as in Sweden. We have the statistical business register, like as is a basis for all businesses. So, and we also do census for schools, and so it's a lot of registers. I think the strength with the register and collecting administrative data is also to kind of cross-relate them with each other, and then you have a lot of timely statistics to be used in society in many ways that not only for the single purpose of it. So that is my advice: build registers for administrative data.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, and it's encouraging to note that. You have a resource person right inside the KNPS team, so anytime you can consult, or if there is anything you want to know about the Swedish experience. Okay, so I think this will bring an end to the panel, but like I said, we have DG that is going to share the vision regarding Kenya's pathways. But I'm not, can we close the panel and then DG comes up? Okay. Okay, all right. So we can stay here. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, good afternoon. I'm told some fellows would start regarding it as evening. But I don't think I need to make a presentation. But if that is really necessary, I can just pinpoint on a few things without really dwelling so much on the slides, but all the same, just move. Now, first of all, just to correct something, this is what was meant to be done before the discussion, so that it could give highlight of what our situation is, after which then it takes us to how then do we get to the element of using the administrative information to generate population register to replace the current system that we are using, where we have to collect data. And so it takes into consideration that we had a census in 1948. Well, 48 was not the very first one. There was an attempt of doing one in 1941, then 1948. Then there was one that was done in 1962, before independence. And so those three that I've mentioned, they did not give the full counting of the people within Kenya. it was done in a very interesting manner. I will not go into the details of what transpired, but it left a section of population without being counted, and it was still regarded as a census. That was really not a census. So now, after independence, we had the first one in 1969, which then brought out the numbers in the whole country. Normally, when you talk of a census, then we have three components to talk about. We have the total count, we have within the defined area, and at a given time. And so in 1969, our census considered the whole population. By that time, there was no element of housing. The housing component was not there. But the population was counted on 24th, 25th of August 1969. Now, thereafter, all our censuses have been undertaken on that date of 24th, 25th of August of the census year. So all the years that are ending in 9, it is known that come August, census will be undertaken. Come the date of 24th, 25th, a census will be undertaken. And why August? August was noted to be a very stable month. First, there is moonlight within that date of 24th, 25th. Two, the population is not moving much. Schools are closed, and most of the people are at home. And we are talking of a de facto census that tries to establish the number of people as at that time. It's a cross-sectional census. It is taking care of people at that particular point in time. And so, during that stable period where the moon is on, and there are no rains, it has not rained on a census day in Kenya. And the other one is that most parts of the country have done harvesting by that time. So there is no so much of people being hungry. So we are dealing with a relatively stable population. I hope you've forgotten why we undertake our censuses on 24th, because of the moonlight, 24th, 25th. And then next, August, because of the stability of the population. And now, every 10 years, that consistency is not common with many countries. Now, so we can, so it is every 10 years, then we can go to the next one, and it's about when we have done all those censuses. We started, of course, bringing in the element of housing in 1979, and then subsequently, there are those other components, the characteristics of the population that now came in, like education, labor, disability. Disability was not there in 1999. We had it in 1989, but come 1999, we dropped it because that information was not analyzed in 1979. So then there was no motivation to bring on board the module on disability. So it was dropped. But come 2009, it was reintroduced because the players in this area made a lot of noise. And so we had a module on that, which was captured. But again, there was no standard module for it until now, 2019, when we got the Washington group of questions that are recommended for census undertaking. So we now use the technology. We can move. So we have had, of course, our concern about this is that we wait for 10 years to get the census data. And then the cost is very high. And so do we have a way of dealing with it? Of course, we require granular data. Well, in all the operations, it is still the census that will give us information up to the sub-location level. And of course, when you get to our records, as we have it up to the village level, and if you like, we have it up to the household level. We have that information. But then what we are publishing starts from the sub-location level. So we are now looking at the technology and how it is making life much easier. And that's why we have heard from the panel we have heard from the civil registration services, we have heard from the IPRS, we have heard from NRB, we have heard from migration, and of course then Peter Nilsson comes in to give us the feel of what happens in the Scandinavian countries and particularly Sweden, where censuses are not undertaken. And you'll be able to see, you realize that they are seeing how we can integrate all these together to have a single register. And if that is well taken care of, then you realize that it will be easier to get a lot of information without actually conducting a census. If you go to a place like US Census Bureau today, you get into the building and you'll get a screen showing the population. And that population keeps on changing as you are seeing. A child is born, it adds the number. Somebody dies, it goes down. Somebody gets into, a group gets into the country, the number gets up. When they go out, the number goes down. And it happens on real-time basis. That's what they have. And that's one of the things that we really desire to get to. And that is a demonstration of where systems are working. And I believe that is also what is happening in Norway, in Denmark, in Sweden. The Scandinavian countries, they do not conduct the kind of census that we do here. So we are also informed, every 10 years actually we have a new set of principles and recommendations of undertaking census, and now for 2030 round of censuses, we have revision 4, which is now recommending that if we could have population-based register, it will be much cheaper. But then there will be a disclaimer to that. So just let's go to the next one. Yeah, so I've mentioned all the partners in terms of their contribution to this. When you get all this working, you shall have dealt with the element of birth, you shall have dealt with the element of death, you shall have dealt with in and out migration. And that brings you to a position where, and of course then when you talk of IPRS, then everything is now put together in a platform to get us the information. But remember, up to that point, we are not talking of all the information. We are talking of the numbers, but we have not fully gotten into the characteristics of the population, which then becomes another question of how do we deal with that. So move to the next one. We can move to the next one. You have been told about the UPI. Move to the next one. So it is of interest that we strengthen the administrative data quality and how we can operate all of them together, the interoperability. Then we need to establish the UPI, which we have been told about, that it is something that is really doable, and then integrate all these systems together so that we can now get what we call the National Statistical Population Register that will be able to put everything together. We can move to the next one. Now, it requires a process really to get to have this one operating. Just move to the next. And of course, we have I'd mentioned about the cost effectiveness, timeliness in terms of not waiting for 10 years. Then there's the element of security, accuracy, if it is well done. And there's also the point of now bringing all the data sets together in one platform. Just move to the next one. And so we are now trying to check that what is our roadmap to get to this point. That first, for these institutions that are represented here, the administrative data that is coming from them should be of high quality, and we have the linkages amongst them, which Judy has also put into the very good perspective. Then we address the element of accuracy, the element of completeness, the standardization of that, including the element of the governance. And then after that, we now develop and validate the statistical register come around that time of 2035 to 37, and to allow for us to test and start operating it. Now, what becomes a challenge is, we talked of housing, which was introduced in 1979. Now, this process will not give you the details about the housing, and you might require to have that information. How do you do it? This is where you can have a very small questionnaire. I've talked about a case of US Census Bureau that I've interacted with for quite a bit of time. And what they do is that they have about between 11 to 15 questions for the census. They do their census in years ending in 0. 2010, 2020, 2030, 2040, like that. And so they have a very short questionnaire, which then would bring out key variables that are not otherwise captured under the administrative data, so that they marry the two and get their work done. But then there's also a unique thing that is required. Large-scale surveys would be able now to complement that. You will still require surveys in certain areas. We will not ignore the element of citizen-generated data. We require it. We will not ignore what we are able to get from the AI technology. And so all these put together are validating our census information would be very easy. And so this is the path that we would need to take. But we need to walk that path in a very well collaborative manner if you are to achieve the goal and reduce the cost of census and ensure that we don't do so much of population projection, where a number of assumptions are made, and when any assumption goes off, then your projection is not very right. And so we can always get our data on, our population on almost real-time basis. It is a long journey that we need to walk, but looking at where the technology is taking us to, it is possible to have that one done. I think that could be the thing that maybe I needed to mention here and there. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Shall we just ask for one or two questions?
Okay, we could have only one more.
Only one question?
Yes.
Okay, any burning question before we wind up the panel here?
Just one, so we can do the last.
Thank you. My name is Abdueli Mohammed from Garissa County. And my question goes to the Director of Registration of Persons. I remember those good days, some 30 years ago, when we were in school, we were able to take our IDs within the shortest time possible. We were able to, fill those forms, take our fingerprints, and within no time, we were able to collect our IDs. Okay, we understand the dynamics and maybe the security issues in the country. But now that we are talking about the issue of innovations, being come from this part of the country, the ASAL, we always have a challenges getting our IDs. Despite the fact that the President has issued some directives on those bottlenecks which has been there, and we really appreciate his administration, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, but still getting those important documents is still a very big challenge. And this is a frustration from the ASAL communities in getting those important things. We can use innovations, technology. We can leverage technology to get those important documents in a record time. So what are your plans in getting those important documents without, much hassle. One. Second, we have a number of, identifications. Driving license, we have ID, we have birth certificates. If we can have a common identifier, why don't you have that common, card instead of carrying a bulk of cards in our purse? Thank you very much. And lastly, before I forget, there was a case on the issue of census, which was in the courts. And the courts said that, they need to repeat those exercises. I think the DG can also shed light on what is on the pipeline. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Director, you would like to address that, and then we will pass on to DG to address the very last one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the two questions. The first one I'd already answered, and let me repeat again on the innovations that we are currently introducing at the National Registration Bureau to ensure that ID cards are delivered within the shortest time possible. As you are aware, National Registration Bureau has about 938 offices across the country. Those are the registration centers. And one of the biggest challenges has been the logistics of delivering manual documents, manual forms from registration centers to centralized production center in Nairobi, and especially in far-flung areas So we, as National Registration Bureau, have started now automating the registration process. We are already doing it in 56 Huduma centers across the country, and also in county headquarters, and progressively we want to also do it in all the sub-counties, so that in the next 2 years we will be able now to do away with manual registration. With the now automation, that is the use of live capture units, that means that a registration exercise that is being done in like 700 kilometers away in Wajir or in Mandera, and another one being done in Nairobi, those applications will be received at our production center within the same period, within seconds. And with that, the only logistics that we have is just to deliver the physical ID cards to those residents. So with that automation, like now in Huduma centers and the county headquarters, where we have already started using the live capture units, we are able now to deliver cards between 3 to 7 days. So progressively, as resources are made available, we'll be able now to roll out that system in all 938 registration centers across the country. The other issue is on the removal of extra vetting that was there. As you are aware, before the presidential proclamation on 5th of February 2025 this year, in all registrations in border and cosmopolitan counties, applicants were supposed to undergo a process of vetting. So that was replaced with new registration guidelines that we are currently implementing, where the chief is the chief and assistant chiefs are now playing key role in identification and verification of applicants at that local level. So residents of those regions are now not supposed to wait for security committees, because one of the biggest challenge was that the sittings for those security committees or the vetting committees was irregular, and they sometimes take even 3 or 4 months before a sitting is held in a sub-county, and that disadvantage Kenyans in those regions. But with the current new guidelines for registration, it is continuous, it is on daily basis. So immediately you turn to 18 years, you are able now to get your IDs. And to address now the current backlog, as I was saying, in some of those areas, the registration coverage is below 70%. We are doing mobile registration exercise in all those areas. We started in 4 counties 3 weeks ago. That is Turkana, West Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, and Baringo, and we are headed now to another 4 counties in northeastern and Tana River, just to ensure that we address that issue. Finally, is also on the issue of the integration and having one unique identifier, so that for the DL, for the ID, for the birth certificate, we have that number. We have just one identifier. And that is a solution that is currently being resolved through the use of the UPI, which I said that we have already introduced the UPI and converted all the 34 million Kenyans with their old ID cards as their unique personal identifier. And those who are also turning 18 from 2023, November 1st, they are issued with new unique personal identifier. And that does not, is also, the unique personal identifier we are also giving to refugees and also to foreigners, so that they can now be able now to use that number to acquire or to access government services and banking and all those other related services, including registration of phone numbers with that unique identifier. So we are working toward that, and once we are able now to harmonize with the civil registration system, all Kenyans from 0 years to the end, at least they'll have one unique identifier. And once now we are able now to ensure that we have had the coverage of those registrations.
Please, Doctor, may you wind up? Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you. Maybe we give the opportunity to the DG to respond to the last question on the court case, please.
Thank you so much. It is a court case, so there's nothing that I can talk about it. Thank you. It is in the Court of Appeal. Ruling is awaited. And to make it short, the process that we are talking about will bring sanity and clarity in everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You see, we have only one lady on the panel. Allow me to just give her a chance to share something very important that she wants to share before we dissolve the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator, for giving me this opportunity I want to appreciate the presentation from the DG, and I think it's the right time. Now is the time when Kenya needs to have a discussion on how do we use the population register. And there's an integral report. The consultants who did the situation analysis and gave a report to government on how to implement the population register. And one of the key recommendations was to do a mop-up of registration of all unregistered people so that they can get into the register. I think that is one area that we as government haven't done. So I want to appreciate what the DG, and that discussion needs to, immediately after this conference, we need to pick it up so that we begin putting modalities in place on how we can strengthen the National Population Register to supplement or to support the census. Thank you very much.
Excellent concluding words. Thank you so much with the way forward. I really appreciate that. So please help me thank my panelists for a job well done.
Thank you. Thank you. And a big clap for the moderator for working under pressure and managing the time. Thank you very much. Thank you. As the panel organizes to take a photo, I have very good news and bad news. Which one should I start with? Which one do you want? Bad news or good news? Bad news? Oh, you want the bad news? So the bad news that can be suppressed by good news. The bad news is that we have come to the end of the day, but after a 30-minute break. The good news is that you still have 30 minutes to share some very serious information. That's the good news. Bad news is that the day is coming towards the end. Good news is that you still have 30 minutes. 30 minutes will be spent by group 1 in this room and group 2 in the other room. It is the time where we have to go very quickly to our breakaway sessions. It's a good time to also stand up and stretch. Would you like to do that while I'm still standing here? Please stand up and stretch. Thank you very much. Please stand up and stretch. And as we are coming to the end of this day, on this 2025 National Statistics Conference, I would want us to, the group 1 that will remain here,
will be moderated by University of Nairobi. Do I have the moderator here? From the University of Nairobi? Yes, sir. It's good to see you, sir. Prof, you're very welcome. Your group is here with you. This group will be talking about predictive analytics and the future of national planning. Please stay in this room. Now, breakaway session 2 that will be moderated by the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Do we have the moderator in here for the Kenya Private Sector? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Your group will be talking about private sector innovations and partnerships, driving data generation, analytics, and digital transformation. Please, in like 2 minutes, I'm sure we will be sitting so that we wrap up the day. So group 1, stay here with Prof. Group 2, move to the next room for the discussions in the next room. Only 30 minutes and we will call it a day. As you move, clap for yourselves because you're doing great. You're doing great. There's a lot of information in one day. So group 1, please stay in the room. Group 2, please move on to the breakaway session. You will be directed from the outside. And so may I call on group 1, the panelists of group 1, to take up their seats. We have a panelist from group 1 coming in from the Central Bank of Kenya. Please take your seat. We have a panelist from the Institute of Economic Affairs. Please come in and take up your seat. We have a panelist from Open University of Kenya. We have a panelist from Vision 2030 Secretariat and Population Studies and Research Institute. Please come over. Your moderator is already here. You know, yes, so may the panelists please come forward as group 2, the breakaway session 2, private sector moves on to the breakaway room. Let's have the panelists for this session. You're welcome, moderator.
DG, are you ready? There are 2 DGs here. Kwame, please. I'm the lady from Central Bank. Excellent. Hey, Kwame. So we have Nango there, Kwame, and the gentleman from Open University. We need somebody from the University of Nairobi. No, Institute of Economic Affairs, Vision 2030. Where's Ken and his team? And by the way, I dressed up for them, you know. Of the Vision 2030 at the Kenya flag here. I hear they haven't come. My brother, Prof. Sasa kwenda nyumbani bado. Sasa taska baridi bado. I want to make a comment before the DG comes in, and I hope I will make it to the whole group. I would like us to, somebody maybe think overnight and see how AI can help us to start conferences on time. Will you do that tomorrow morning? Why? How can AI help us to start conferences on time? Because we always start conferences late. And I've been in this game for a long time. Yeah, anybody? We'll give you about 10 minutes tomorrow. Tell us how AI can help us. DG, we want to give you the opportunity. Perhaps it's the nearest DG in town. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah, let me use this. Me and the Prof, we have worked a long time in terms of planning and data. Or is it the data? Yeah? Thank you very much, Prof, for this opportunity. I want to take a few minutes so that I can excite the panelists so that they can have a good discussion on what maybe we want to talk about. First, let me again ride on the protocols that have already been established so that we can be quick. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. Good afternoon. Hey, you are so quiet. Is it the tea? The tea will be after. So, ladies and gentlemen, data is life. That is the first thing that I was taught when I joined the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And during that time, we used to sell the books, the statistical abstract that you have had since morning. We used to sell them for 500 shillings, so that when you wanted data from the KNBS, you were to pay something. But I think I'm happy that we have moved ahead, and these days we can be able to access data without paying. So that is the opportunity that the machine learning and of course AI is bringing to our doorsteps. So it's my honor to join you at this year's National Statistics Conference, where we continue to reflect on the transformative role of data, innovation, artificial intelligence, and advanced analytics in shaping Kenya's development trajectory. This panel on productive analytics and the future of national planning provides an invaluable platform for aligning our collective efforts toward harnessing emerging technologies for inclusive, transformative, and sustainable national progress. Kenya stands at a defining moment in its development journey as we pursue the long-term aspiration of Kenya Vision 2030. Our current implementation framework, the fourth medium-term plan, together with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, presents us with an unprecedented opportunity to integrate digital intelligence into our national governance architecture. Increasingly, we must extend our planning also beyond Vision 2030 to anticipate the economic, socio, demographic, environmental, and technological shifts that will shape Kenya's next decades. Ladies and gentlemen, these frameworks call for a decisive shift from traditional reactive planning to proactive, evidence-driven, and anticipatory governance. Predictive analytics powered by innovation, AI, and big data is emerging as a strategic enabler that allows policymakers to forecast trends, simulate scenarios, optimize resource allocation, and deliver measurable outcomes for all Kenyans. Kenya's development trajectory continues to be shaped by a youthful population, rapid urbanization, expanding digital ecosystems, and a growing demand for timely and reliable information. While we have made commendable strides across sectors such as health, education, infrastructure, governance, challenges such as unemployment, inequality, food insecurity, climate vulnerability, and global market volatility remain persistent and complex. Better, anchored within the MTP4, prioritizes 5 critical pillars of agriculture, MSMEs, affordable housing, universal health coverage, and the digital superhighway. The success of these pillars depends fundamentally on our ability to adapt advanced analytics to inform policy choices, strengthen implementation, and track progress in real time. The use of AI and big data will not only improve present interventions, but also forecast long-term economic and demographic patterns, enabling Kenya to prepare for future opportunities and risks. Ladies and gentlemen, our national commitment to evidence-based decision-making is firmly grounded in law and policy. Of course, the Statistical Act designates the KNBS as the principal agency for official statistics. The ongoing modernization of the national statistical system and the rollout of the second Kenya strategy for the development of statistics are strengthening our data ecosystem and creating the conditions necessary for mainstreaming predictive analytics and intelligent forecasting across all levels of government. Historically, national planning has relied on the top-down approaches. Today, better and MTP4 mark a crucial shift toward bottom-up development, anchoring policy on the lived realities and priorities of communities, counties, and grassroots enterprises. Predictive analytics bridges these approaches by providing granular, real-time insights at both national and sub-national levels, enabling more responsive, inclusive, and accountable governance. Predictive analytics, ladies and gentlemen, enhanced through machine learning, AI-driven modeling, and big data that allows us to forecast economic cycles, labor market shifts, emerging social risks, demographic transitions, migration patterns, and climate-related vulnerabilities. By embedding predictive intelligence into our annual planning, budgeting, and monitoring processes, Kenya can enhance preparedness, improve efficiency in resource allocation, and accelerate progress not only toward Vision 2030, but also toward the evolving aspirations of modern, competitive, knowledge-driven economy. In agriculture, predictive analytics, ladies and gentlemen, and AI-driven climate models can improve weather forecasting and pest outbreaks, optimize planting cycles, and strengthen food security. In enterprise development, big data enhances market intelligence, supports credit risk modeling, and expands access to finance for MSMEs, spurring innovation, productivity, and job creation. In housing and urban development, AI-enabled tools can forecast population growth, identify infrastructure gaps, and support the planning of sustainable, dignified, and resilient communities. In health, predictive modeling strengthens disease surveillance, health workforce planning, outbreak detection, and emergency preparedness, thus advancing universal health coverage. In the digital economy, ladies and gentlemen, advanced analytics guide broadband deployment, digital skills development, service uptake, and emerging cybersecurity risks. This future-focused approach requires a high-quality, interoperable and secure data systems, strengthened data standards, modern digital infrastructure, and robust data sharing frameworks are essential. Compliance with the Data Protection Act and adherence to ethical data practices will safeguard public trust and ensure responsible use of emerging technologies. Clear institutional mandates for data stewardship and coordination across government will be critical in sustaining this transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin this discussion, I look forward to exploring how Kenya can operationalize predictive analytics, AI, and big data to focus long-term trends, transform national planning, accelerate the implementation of MTP4, and guide us beyond the aspirations of Vision 2030 as we move to the next Kenya blueprint, termed, as Professor Gituro calls it, Kenya at 100. Let us seize this opportunity to build a future where decisions are timely, forward-looking, and anchored in high-quality evidence that ensures that every Kenyan is included in our journey towards shared prosperity. Thank you and asanteni sana.
So the panel here then, you had the DG, State Panel for Economic Planning, that we are moving from reactive to predictive analysis. And this morning, if you recall, the lady who was talking here, she talked of investing $1 in data, you get $32. What a kind of an investment. That's amazing. I don't know any business which does that. And then she talked about, the PS talked about this, the oil. It's a natural resource. And he talked about the importance of it. We all know the power of data and its ability to provide insights and therefore make a decision, help in decision making. So with that, I didn't want to start with Kwame, because Kwame, I have followed Kwame. There's a report they have done for 2040. And it was amazing if you read that report. And we want to understand from him, how did you go about all this, Kwame? How have you used the issue of big data? And we are looking beyond 2030. We have less than 5 years, right? When we have Vision 2030. As DG pointed out, we are thinking seriously to have our next vision, Kenya at 100. So 1963 to 2063. That's probably our vision if the government of the day agrees to that. So Kwame, as you look at that, and I want you also to answer all the questions. Kwame comes from a think tank, perhaps one of the oldest think tank in this country, Institute of Economic Affairs. And remember Nyang'nyong being the founders there. So how do you see yourself really in that perspective, that think tank, and that's not a term to be used rightly, in terms of looking at the socio-economic and demographic view 2030. And finally, as your third question, what some of the recommendations can you make as we get into that in terms of getting to it? So Kwame, I know you are very clear in your words and mean in terms of being verbose. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Let me answer the third question first. I think, I mean, we can examine whether it is really true that $1 investment in data produces 32, because that number is very precise. But regardless, it is clear that data investment is extremely valuable for society. In fact, we think that data investment is, I mean, public data production is actually a public good in the sense that it generates value for a large number of people and definitely pays back. Now, whether it's 32 or not is neither here nor there. The second thing is that we are in a session talking about predictive analytics and AI. Now, one of the things that the Institute of Economic Affairs does, it's a think tank, and our work is to actually surface research and questions affecting the prosperity of Kenya in the long term. And every 10 years, the IEA does what we call scenarios. And we develop scenarios by asking ourselves, given where Kenya is today, every 20 years rather, given where Kenya is today, what does the future look like in terms of economic prosperity and social progress? And the last one that we did was right after COVID. And you know, after COVID, there was a shock. Everything was shocked. So we wanted to actually ask ourselves, what would Kenya look like in the year 2040? So usually like a 20-year horizon. And what we did before then was usually to actually, there are many techniques of doing scenarios, but one of the most common ones is actually to ask yourselves, what are the two biggest drivers of change, social change and economic change? So using the same template that we done, which the IEA had done in 2000, the year 2000, one of the things that we asked ourselves now, that in addition to narratives about what have been the drivers, let's ask ourselves by using existing public data, mostly mined from the databases kept by the National Bureau of Statistics, and asked ourselves, what will Kenya's economic world and social and political world look like? And we determined two axes. I'll end in a while. One of those is that basically Kenya's progress will depend on two things. In 2010, Kenyans drew a new constitution which was going to affect institutional order, how the institutions were going to be made, providing freedoms and stuff like that, political stability and social progress. And the other was economic management. And the framing question for economic management was how Kenya deals with public debt over time. So in addition to just drawing the possible 4 scenarios in the intersection of those 2 variables, we then took every scenario that we developed and then actually modeled it using publicly available data to show us what kind of outcomes. And I'll conclude by saying that that is telling us that if Kenya continues on the social, or rather strengthening institutional frameworks and managing fiscal slippage, which is just basically trying to reduce the fiscal deficit, then we are more likely to have the best outcome, sustaining 8% growth for 20 years up to the year 2040. If it doesn't happen, there's a different outcome altogether. But all these came from, we call it Vision 2040. It's available on the IEA's website, and we have a summary of it together with the data that we use to come to those conclusions. Thanks.
Excellent, excellent. 2 things we take from Kwame. Very strong institutional framework, strengthened institutional framework. If I pass, the institution can go on. Passing means if I die. We must create a strong institution. By the way, I'm not University of Nairobi. I'm Gituro Wainaina, but work for University of Nairobi. The second, and I think it's very strong there, is financial management. So take away those 2 from Kwame. Those 2, particularly the first one, countries have moved because of institutional framework. Makwen is what is today because of what happened. He was here from Muranga. Institution. Wambugu. Sorry. Dirango. Lydia. You are the heart of this country. Central Bank. And we know the story of Central Bank. Once upon a time, a president went to Central Bank and he saw a lot of money and he told his driver, please stay up a bit. So he asked Dan Kandegwa. Hii zote ni zetu. Hii hela zote ni zetu. There you are. Budget outlook paper. How much do we need in the 3 years? There must be the development budget. The interest rate, particularly that important committee of the central bank. How do you do all this? How is AI? How is the technology leveraging on this? And the second part, which I want you to address, what do we need so that we can have that kind of projections you have to do? Kipra was here, the advice, but also there's a very strong, I think there was a relationship one time between Kipra and Central Bank, and he came with a way to deal with it. So if you could share with us those insights, we'll be a bit pleased and see how we can move forward, and particularly when we look beyond 2030.
Okay. Maybe I can start with your last statement, the collaboration between Central Bank and Kipra, and it was actually in the development of the Kenya-Kipra Treasury macro model. And yeah, this is the traditional models. Now we are moving to predictive analytics using AI. So I would say from this, maybe speaking about the expectations, probably even around the central bank systems, the expectations on the impact of AI is big, but I would say that despite these high expectations, the actual implementation of AI applications across central banks, Kenya included, is largely exploratory. It's still experimental. We are yet to adopt full-scale production of AI applications, and probably one of the things, there are some risks that are related to the use of AI. This needs to be managed, require strong AI and data governance frameworks to manage the associated risk, and also including the data that is used to train the models, so that the models do not generate misinformation. Now, nevertheless, what the Central Bank of Kenya has done is it has started developing its foundation for adoption of AI. We've just carried out a data maturity assessment, checking how mature are we as an institution in our data management practices, and where are we with regard to AI readiness. This was a bank-wide a survey done on all staff, all the departments, and out of this has culminated in development of a bank-wide data and AI strategy. And out of this, we've also come up with use cases. Some of them, of course, include use cases for forecasting, economic forecasting, forecasting growth, economic growth, forecasting inflation, and closer to your first statement, even forecasting the demand for currency. Yes.
Thanks, Radia. Radia, once upon a time, we were classmates. I was on the wrong side of the board, though. Very important point she raised. And I think I haven't heard it. And I think we need to think through. You must assess the associated risk. We must. Everything has a risk. And maybe we need a paper to talk on the associated risk. And I think coming back in terms of the readiness and the strategy, they have also developed a strategy. Thank you. I think that's a very good way to look in terms of that. For those who are inside their cell phones, for those who are inside their mobile phones, we should have I don't know why we have an ID number and a voter's card, passport, driving license. I think we have a very strong AI in our head. Maybe we just have one. Social security card, my brother from Laikipia. You can do that. Lastly, I'm going to the two don'ts. I don't know which one I should start with. Let me start with him from the new kid in the block, Open University. And then I went to mother of all universities, my colleague at Population Studies. When you hear Population Studies in this country, one person comes to the mind, Professor Omide. We shall come to that. My brother from all the way down there, very, very important sector you are in. One thing perhaps we got the other day was interesting, that our president has registered in the class of AI. Has he attended in a class? Maybe that's a question you can answer for that time. But the president said that you be register himself for AI. I want you to take the same position as Angu and also as Kwame. When you look at leveraging of AI, and we are focusing on the economic, social, and demographics. When you look at the Build Vision 2030, what is that you see when you look at the university there? Very, very good in terms of the university coming there. And perhaps you share with us some of the challenges as you get in that. It's an open university, basically on AI. You could have got better vice chancellor. He has been in that space for a long time. I didn't get your name, sorry. You're the one who haven't got the same. You're representing the vice chancellor, right?
Okay, thank you, moderator. My name is Dr. Evans Mugeni, senior researcher and a lecturer at Open University School of Economics. And I'm here to represent the new baby, a specialized university that was established 2 years ago. And I can confirm that our president is actually our student. Yes, he's attending. We are fully online. You can do it from the comfort of wherever you are. You can do exams from where you are. Our number one strength is that we leverage on AI, right? We use responsibly the AI, so we encourage the use of AI. So allow me to take 1 minute maybe to talk about Open University, and I rate it with the theme of our conference today. As said, Open University is a specialized university established under the University Act of 2012 as a special university, which provides education accessible, affordable, and also flexible, while utilizing the technology and also using all the tools of AI and also predictive analytics that we are talking about. It is beyond a university that gives a degree, but we go beyond by producing the professionals who are grounded in artificial intelligence and also grounded in all technology that we talk, and also many courses that we have are related to data. We have Bachelor of Science in Data Science, we have Bachelor of Economics and Data Science, we have Bachelor of all these when we talk about analytical, predictive analytical, and also the way we develop our courses, we develop them, we work with industry, we work with all the key partners, we sit like we are seated here calling all the practitioners so that we come up with courses that are market friendly. In other words, as I said, we leverage on data. You see, in our courses, we actually use what we call the macro credentials, particularly related to data, so that we have the courses that are friendly. So allow me, maybe, Prof, to talk about one of the things that is related to our theme of today, that we are never short of data in our country, but we are a mismatch between the skills and the data that we have. And here we come in to address the gap between the skills and the data. The data is growing exponentially. For the economists can understand that. But in terms of skill, we are gradually, slowly growing, and we can't run away from it. Look at our country. If we talk about Safaricom, producing almost data, 40,000 million of data. Talk of KNBS, talk of other sectors of the economy, we have transferred to e-citizen. But the skills that we have, is it matching? How can we use Excel to do such a kind of task? It is no. That's when we come in with what we call now the predictive analytics, where we use now the big data. That's where we use now the deep learning, artificial machine learning, which are some of the courses that we have to address that skill mismatch. One of the studies that was done 2 years ago by African Development Bank, actually under the digitization report, you can be able to look at it. It says that African countries, over 70% of the people who join the organization dealing with data, they are unable to match the skills. That means there's a skill gap. This is supported also with the KEPSA findings that was done last year, also talking about only 25% of the graduates joining the data-related organization, they also can be able to match with such a kind of skills. So what are some of the challenges? The challenges maybe what that we have is that we produce graduates that have the tools, the technical know-how, but cannot be able to interpret the inferences to policy or action insights. And that's the biggest challenge that we have. But with maybe leveraging on technology, we can be able to overcome the same. Thank you, Prof. Back to you.
Thank you very much. You hear skills there. I think the issue of providing insights becomes important. I did tell you the panel from the word go. I really don't like people in the panel talking about their institutions. Because if you want about the institution, you can Google it. Isn't it? And I'm telling now my brother there, my colleague, Professor Otieno, I don't know what to tell us about the University of Nairobi. We can Google it. That way, leverage, we get more. That's what I'm coming from. We get more while we're here. And I think it's when you look at the University of Nairobi, And I say it very, very clearly. When you talk about investor lobby and you talk about the Institute of Population Research, it's a very old, and those perhaps who are old enough, you do remember Professor Ominde? Anybody who remember Professor Ominde, Benjamin? Okay, I think I look like a dinosaur here. That's okay. He was a person who came with the first session of paper with Tom Boyer. The first session of number 10 of 1965. And they don't want to repeat the mistake they did. They said, if you want to develop this country, go to the growth areas, the others will benefit. It's a terrible model. Professor Omide is very known. He's the one who came with the Gini coefficient for this country. As we go back, my friend, long time, and your team there, Kimani and all the team there, and you look in terms of particularly the demographics. Because team, as we sit here, what defines how the country will grow is the population. Because that population will need education. That population will need to eat. That population will need school. By the way, I believe that the first thing you should do is feed the people. They'll find their way. Why do we get sick? Because we eat junk. But if you eat the right food, you have no problem. My brother, go ahead. Sorry, I'm not the panelist. You're the one. Otieno?
So, essentially, we are the only institute in Eastern Africa that deals with population. I don't see there's the aspect in Makerere, but there's no any other in Tanzania and so on. Essentially, AI deals with three common things. And to us, only three things matter. Computation, because all that you'll do, you'll have to compute. Then, after computing, you have to cognition, and then you have to communicate. If you don't communicate, nothing, you have done nothing. And this is what AI deals with. So, currently, the university, those who are dealing with postgraduates and so on, there used to be analysis of whether you were plagiarized and so on. Now they have added another thing, that apart from giving you that, they also ask for whether you used predicted language or AI. So it's now part and parcel of the university, that apart from checking your plagiarism content, they also check whether you had used AI. And the maximum allowable is 20%. But AI is not that bad, and it's quite a very useful thing that we now do. I tell my students, particularly doctoral students, that the first thing that you do is get an overview of what you are. And the only way to get an overview of what you are doing is use AI. There are several. There are even some now that are open access, and so on. So AI is a very useful tool in studying. It gets you the idea, but be aware that AI can also be misleading. There have been people who have been tested and so on, and that it can also, because it predicts, it can also be misleading. So you will also need to verify whether the facts that you are getting from the AI-generated text and so on is true. So I'll stop there for the time being.
Okay. Thank you, Alfred. What he clarified there, in the university when you do your master's, PhD, or we look for how much have you copied from other people's work. Kwa sababu wengine tunaiba tu, unaandika ile nimeandika. We call it Turnitin report. It's supposed to be 15%. If you do 16%, no, umecop too much. We used to do that. Now we are asking for AI, which is 20%. I think Strathmore is 35%. Have you plagiarized more than 20% from AI? Ikiwa ni 22, hey, Rudy. And I think it's helping. But AI, I think I like what you have said. It gives you a good overview. And don't deny it. I had an experience with the ministry. They had come with 21 strategic issues. I told them reduce to 5, sorry. They took over a day. We used AI. In 5 seconds, we had 5. So it helps you in that direction. I like that point he has brought. It's good to tell the student about it. And I like the thing, communicate. That's what about. And I can tell you my personal experience. When we went to the AG, he gave us one of those words, my wife and I. Communicate. And that helps. Now, I want to take a different approach. I want to ask whether there's somebody in the audience who perhaps want to ask you something. And then think through, Kwame, all the way to Radio here. You have been here today and tomorrow. What is this we can actually say, I'll take away from this aspect of leveraging on innovations in data? Any comments, question from the audience? Yes, and you did a very good presentation this morning.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My concern is that we currently don't have frameworks, legal frameworks governing use of AI and also ethical use of AI. And you realize that some of the things people produce using AI, some of them could be illegal. Somebody can take your image and make something out of your image and post it in the social media. And then at the end of the day, you will have your reputation suffer. And also, recently I read an article whereby Deloitte was told by the government of Australia to pay back for $440,000 back because they had used AI to generate a report, and it also brought some of the information which was not true and reference documents which do not exist. And that's something I'm foreseeing for this country, looking at the trend and how people are using AI. So what do you think about coming up with legal frameworks which are governing use of AI, and also how to make sure that AI is ethical as much as it's solving the problems which you have? Looking at it, we are not running away from AI. It's here to stay. It's about us learning how to use it and coexisting with AI. And I also saw another clip of parents who are suing OpenAI because their son committed suicide. And in the last 5 hours, he was communicating with ChatGPT during the process. And that is something which is not far away from us. So how about coming up with the frameworks which are governing use of AI at the institutional level, at country level, and also outside here, because it's something we need to look into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a meeting actually about 3 months ago they had in London on that. Very interesting. And that case has been really where somebody was guided by open chat to kill himself. Any other comments?
Yes, my name is John Ekaru. I'm the County Director for Monitoring and Evaluation Statistics, Turkana County. And it's very interesting when you see everything about the discussions on AI. And I sometimes feel intimidated. And I don't know how many of us feel the same, because we there's a thinking outside there that AI is for the new generation. And probably some of us could be overtaken by events very soon if we don't adapt to whatever AI is really bringing into the picture. There are also fears that AI is coming to probably to take our jobs that we are currently doing. And indeed, because it does a lot of things within the shortest time possible, things that we could take so many hours to do before. What is the consolation for the aging team in this room that really they should not worry that AI will be taking over whatever they have been doing, or the youthful generation will soon be packing them aside? This is really a concern, and I think it's concerning so many others.
Don't worry, I think you're still young. What is the threat to the aged and the aging? Last question. Then we can get some feedback, particularly with the academia there.
Thank you, moderator and panelists. My name is James Gashanja from Kipra. I think it's to the panelists and the participants, a proposal or a suggestion to explore how to use AI for predictive analytics, comparing with what we have currently. I think one of the panelists mentioned KTMM. So KTMM has this data on the economy, and we also have the social accounting matrix. It's big data, and we're also using to make forecasts for the next 3 years on various key indicators, macroeconomic indicators and the like. So I proposed an experiment to see between KTMM and moving now to an AI-driven analysis, how they compare in terms of those indicators and the output that they give. Then would, for instance, the government trust to use the outputs produced from an AI model which has been trained specifically on those data sets?
Thank you, James. But as they respond, there was somebody who was asked, he asked a robot, and he asked the robot, how do you feel? And the robot said, I don't feel anything, I'm a robot. Okay, guys, Radia, you want to go first? I think there was something from your side. And then we'll have our brother there.
Okay, I just start with a question on the Kipra Treasury macro model and predictive analytics using AI. My position is that the two are complementary. While the traditional models still yield good results, using AI, because of probably the underlying data, high frequency, a lot of information, you're able to probably take into the model, good models are able to take into consideration the turning points when the data is very volatile. The AI models are able to take that into consideration and come up with very good predictions. The challenge with AI models is that because of this large amount of data that is used, you may not be able to tell exactly what is causing the outcome that you are seeing, the causality issues. Actually, the reputation for many of the central banks towards really having or taking the AI models to scale in terms for various uses is the failure to explain the why. And a policymaker wants to know what is causing this so that they can tweak that variable, take action on that variable to have the effect that they need. So the two should be complementary. Yes.
Thank you, Radia. Evans?
Thank you. I want to respond on the policy and the framework on the guide of AI. At least for my institution, we were learning from the biggest open university from India, from Open University of UK, and particularly we were able to make set of framework and policy guiding the AI used by Open University of Commonwealth, which actually paid for us to be able to come with a policy on how to use ethical use of AI. And the policy is there, and maybe you can be able to guide on how you can use AI responsibly. One thing that maybe I want to emphasize, use of AI is here to stay. One, planners who use AI, it will enhance their skills, but those who don't use AI will be actually be taken by those who use AI. That means if you refuse now to integrate AI, then it means you will maybe lose the job that you are supposed to do by somebody who is using the AI. I moved to, we were talking about, I want to give an example of ChatGPT. I didn't know about it until I also learned about it. It's like you are feeding data to, and Kenyans are the leading use of the ChatGPT. You actually feed your data to the AI so that at the end of it, it now can predict how you answer the questions, how you respond. And when you read deeper, that part of AI where now it's using the predictive analytics, we call the machine learning, where you take now the historical data, then you forecast using the same. So as you give the data, it can be able to interpret and give some data about you for maybe forecasting. The deep learning of machine learning is what we call the deep learning. Deep learning is a deeper understanding of machine learning, whereby now, Prof, what we are talking about, something like a robot answering question for you, you know, that's deep learning. So I think we have the framework at the national level guiding the same, then it will make us better.
I think that's what you're saying. As a country, we need a very clear framework in terms of a policy. I think that's what you say, isn't it? And you can help us very much indeed in that. Yeah, I think that's what you're talking about. And I think I want to emphasize the point Radia came with. Remember that question. AI will never tell you why. That's you, John. That's how now you come, the skills Evans was talking about. Those skills of the why. It will never take emotions. They have no emotions. I can hear talking her, and you can see now because I'm talking to her as a lady, my emotions have changed. You never get that in AI. So I think the point you raised, I think, is important. And Evans, this is something we can help work. DG is here. How do we come with that? And I think Radia was also saying they have a strategy they are going through in terms of that. And I suppose in it, we should be having that. I'll go to Alfred, and then I'll stop with Kwame. Alfred, please.
Okay.
I respond to the questions you gave to the floor.
The AI is there to stay. There's no doubt about it. But we have to learn about its strengths and its weaknesses. That one is there. Two, there's currently no policy regarding AI. And even the ones we are introducing in universities who say 20% is good or 30% is good or 15% is good. We need a policy to regard the use of AI tools. Perhaps even setting exams should be done differently.
You should be asking the why.
Why, yeah. So there are things that we need to do, we need to recapture, and we need to go think about. I think it's Sweden that changed its education system and went back to the traditional. So as much as we think AI is there to stay, but we need regulatory mechanisms of how to utilize AI tools. And it is very good. It's very good in doing the other things, some things, very good in computation and so on, but we need to know where do we see. As I said, how do you communicate the information that you got to the other person? Two, we all belong to where we interact with the people to get information. So that information cannot be obtained by AI. What KNBS deals with, what PSRI deals with is we ask people, how old are you? It is you to give me the answer. I cannot predict it. So we have to acknowledge, yes, AI is there, but there are certain things we have to acknowledge its strengths and its weaknesses and come up with guiding policies. Only that these policies may have to be changing regularly, because what AI was in 2020 or 2022 is not what it is now. It is fast changing, and that is what we need to think about. Thank you.
Kwame, I left you for the last for the bed.
Yes.
I want you to give your thought about it, and I want you to summarize.
Okay, well.
What is it you take away? I know you have given us a public good, and I love that one. But what beyond that? Because we are talking about predictive analysis. We must plan about tomorrow.
Yeah.
We must plan about the next day. Kwame?
Okay. Well, I think one of the things that so let's start with the idea is that, look, AI is a form of technology. Technology is value neutral. That's a sociologist's way of saying that it's neither good or bad. It just depends on what applications we place on it. So it means our intuition and our philosophy and all those other things will have to be applied to actually determining what is ethical policy in the use of AI. So yes, and I think AI can't generate that for itself. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing that I learned from here and everybody else is AI is actually going to make, or rather, let me see, the place where we are in today is going to make the democratization of data an imperative, a social, even political and economic imperative. Because one of the things that you learn about Kenya, for instance, where I sit in a think tank and it's a private think tank, and we are always at a disadvantage because public sector bodies generate an analysis with data that is not available for everybody else to examine. It's the same way that we have black boxes in AI, whereas there are some things that they calculate, but you don't know how people reach certain conclusions. So that tends to be a limitation. So one of the things that we'll need to is actually to democratize data so that many more eyes can use the intuition to explain the whys that we are talking about here. I think the third point is it's very, very clear to me, and I come back to this point. I am not sure necessarily that every piece of data generates $32 in value. But what I am sure of as a student of economics is that it is positive and more than one. For that reason, we need to invest in data collection and data bodies, especially the public sector bodies. And as I conclude, I think we have real fears. When people talk about AI today, they tend to talk about generative AI, which gives you a box where you push in questions or you push in a query and it gives you. But there are other forms of AI as well. And I think the one where the human being will always have an advantage is what is called general intelligence. Many people argue, even engineers, whether what we are calling intelligence is really intelligence, because they say it's just predicting the next word that would come after one word and the other. And whether that is thinking or not is a different thing. The advantage that we have as human beings, and touch wood, machines would never catch us on, is what is called general intelligence, which is basically the questions of why and the intuition that comes. So I'm a student of economics, and one of the things you look at from those who win Nobel Prizes in economics, they usually ask questions that nobody has asked. You know that generative AI is developed from all the information we've ever placed in the public domain. And therefore that means it's carrying forward both the good, the bad, and the ugly of human thinking over time. The general intelligence that will generate intuition and new questions. And that's something we also still need to encourage. So a level of openness is useful for ensuring that advantage that the human being still possesses continues to fold. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thanks. You can see why I left him at the end. You want to kick in? Yeah? Ngoja niseme nitoke. Haya, somebody kutoka.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the panel. My quick question is to, I believe it's Dr. Kwame. Yes. And Dr. Kwame, you said, I think you are talking about where we are today in Kenya and where we hope to go. And you highlighted the framework, the constitution, the strengthening of the constitution,
And you also talked about reducing the fiscal deficit. And another issue is about the institutions. And I thought that was really, it's very key and ties to all of you. Probably what my question is, and any of you could answer, but mainly probably you, is now I appreciate AI, and I know it is going, and we are not going to move away from AI. Probably it is going to enhance most of our positions where we are. But I was wondering, given the knowledge you have today of the AI, how will it help us in where we expect to go in the future? Our Kenya in 2040s and there beyond, addressing those 3 areas that you mentioned. Do we see AI probably being predictive of how the reduction of the fiscal deficit will be, or really probably the moving where our institutions are today and where they would be? And I hope we would be hoping the AI would really give us a positive direction. And if it gave us a negative direction, then probably we have answers to it. Given the AI, how would we improve that? Thank you so much.
I wish it was like that. But
okay. So first, in the interest of disclosure and honesty, I have not attained a PhD yet. So I mean, it's just important because we're in the public domain, so that yes, it doesn't carry forward misconceptions or misrepresentation. But the point is this: one of the things that AI teaches me is that human judgment. So, for instance, if you're a policymaker, and I'm not, but we give policymaker advice and options, the judgment about what the best policy is still has to be made by the responsible human being. Because basically what AI could do well, I think especially on the data side, is actually to outline your options and to give you. But the decision about even what we allow in the public domain and what we make illegal, for instance, for somebody to put my head on, or to put my voice, or a speech that I made and then I claim, for instance, that the president of country X made it. That's judgment about whether that's ethically allowable in Kenya, and those are decisions we have. So AI is not going to ask us to suspend our brains. It's actually going to have to make us even think much more clearly about what those options and take responsibility for what those outcomes are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very, team. I wanted to join. I think John has gone. But there's a very interesting, if you look at Safaricom, it's one of the most profitable companies in East Africa and Central Africa, Safaricom. Right? If you look at the public sector anywhere, they probably have issues. The average age in Safaricom is 28 years. The average age of employees in Safaricom is 28 years. The average age of people in public sector is 42 years. That should start thinking. These young men working and girls working in Safaricom, they are making products for the guys, they know what they want in the market. So the predictive analysis to see in 2040, what is this we will be demanding? And I think that's where it comes in. But the fundamental, as we leave this workshop, conference, it will never tell you why. It will give you very good options. Take this, take that, take that, take that. But you make that call. I think that's what I'm hearing from the panel here. Thanks, good people. We really appreciate. And tuwapatie kickoff kidogo. Thank you very much. Are we doing the same thing? And I want to recognize some special people. This lady and the guys who have been here, thank you very much. It's going to be very useful. Let's not take for granted. The only two things I know in sign language is when you hold yourself like this and when you hold yourself like this. It's a difference. This one means I love you. This one means I like you. True or false? No. Okay, how do you say I like you? A friend, yeah, I like you, my friend, yes, and I love you. Exactly. Gentlemen and the lady, asanteni sana. I think we have come to our end of our discussion.
Thank you very much. Very engaging segment that was. Thank you. Thank you. And as we take the panel photo, a quick announcement to all of us. Tomorrow, beginning 7 a.m., very important segment in the morning for women in data and statistics. Women in data and statistics. Not only women into this section, all the men are also invited. If you're able to make it 7 a.m. for our breakfast meeting, women in data and statistics will be in this other room. And then the official program will continue from this room. So 7 a.m., women in data and statistics, a breakfast meeting in this other room, and 9 a.m., we start off our official segment. I want to thank you very much for paying attention right up to the end. I want to appreciate all of you for marking days that are critical and key for us in the data and statistics spectrum. We thank you. We are looking forward to Houseful tomorrow. So please do have a good evening, and we will see you tomorrow. 7 a.m. for the breakfast meeting if you can, and 9 a.m. for the official program. Thank you very much, and have a good evening, everyone.